What's up? What's up? Good evening, everybody. What is happening out there in comic art land?
What's up? Good evening, everybody.
Feedback. There we go. Sorry about that, everyone. And we got our buddy Matt here, as usual, of course, who has also forgotten to unmute himself, which is why I have to say that to him again. But that is all right, as he is in the process now of unmuting himself beautifully. How are you doing, Matt? What's up, bud?
My plan had been to mime the entire show.
Yeah.
You know,
that would have been
you don't
very
want to pour everybody straight out the gate.
That's cool. That's cool. What's up, guys? Let me see if I have to say hello to anybody. I got to tell you guys right away. It's been a crazy last couple of days. It's been busy doing family stuff, whatever, and I don't even know if I ended up putting the links for promos this week for all my friends' shows, or if the links I have are the old ones. I'm frazzled right now. But I did want to say, because I don't remember if I did this last week or not. I think I did. Did I say Derek Cavan? I did. Derek Cavan, you were my newest sub last week. Okay, yes, thank you. I already said that, so thank you again. Anyways, there you go. You get name dropped. I believe so. Karen did not have a new video yet. She is working on another one though. Carl, see, damn everybody. I certainly apologize if this is like last week's, if I already showed you this last week. I do apologize, but here's a link to a video from Carl. If it happens to be last week's video, please forgive me and just, go and check if he's got a new video that I may have missed the link to. So there you go. Who else do we have here? I believe Lee did not put out another video. And well, Nikki B. Hopefully Nikki B comes in. He can promo his own show later. Give him a little bit of a promo a little bit later when there's more people here. Got no link for you, Nikki. Nobody sent me a link for you this week. Couldn't find the link, so I don't know if it's up there or not. So there you go. And Matt didn't have a comic art related video either. So I've got nothing to promo for you in that regards. But that's okay. So let's jump into the chat and see who's here. Want to say hello to some of our friends, of course. Mike at nsnart.com. Mike, I appreciate this very early comment about like 2.5 hours ago. Many hundreds of pieces, including published pages and covers available. Anyone collecting slab books can enter the OA hobby. Just wanted to get this thought in before the fervor begins. Because of the kind of, I don't know if you dictated it verbally, because of the kind of grammar not being proper, I'm not quite sure what you mean, Mike, what your point that you're trying to make. Because, on the first one where you say anyone collecting slab books can enter the OA hobby, I mean, we know that. So I'm not really sure what you're kind of trying to say there. Maybe if you're there, please, if you can please try to clarify, I'd appreciate that.
Comment about cost. The fact that if you're collecting slab books, then you're within that range of being able to collect original art. Maybe some people aren't aware of that.
Oh, well, if that's all
certainly the demographic for this show is very well informed and would know that already, which borders that statement on redundancy. But he could also be like, hey, I'm selling stuff and my stuff is affordable. So that's cool too.
Yeah, for sure. That's absolutely. Happy Mother's Day, first of all, to all the mothers. First and foremost, to my lovely wife, Vivian. Happy Mother's Day to you again, honey. Thank you again, as always, for everything you do for me and for the family. Really appreciate you. Love you. I don't know if she's not, Karen, I don't think is here, but again, happy Mother's Day to you, Karen. Hope you and the family are having a great day today. And for the rest of you mothers out there, the wives of all you guys out there, in comic art land. The girlfriends, same thing. And for your own mothers and their mothers. Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all of you. I hope you all had a good one. Where do we go from here? So it said hi. Okay, it said hi and bye to Kavi. Corey.
Hi to Ian.
Okay, I'm still behind. Hello all. I can't stay to watch. Have another Mother's Day feast to attend. I did not buy anything this weekend. Didn't see anything reasonable. And I keep hearing that seems to be the theme this time. I think that's what the theme's going to be, but we'll see. And not much that I was interested in. All right, Corey. Well, thanks for dropping in and saying hello and happy Mother's Day to your mom. And yeah, Comic Art Boston let us know that he bought a couple of pages from Roger Clark from the new book that he's publishing on. Is it Carlos Leites? Beautiful stuff. Anyway, Ricardo Leites. Yeah, really, really beautiful stuff. Who else do we got here? Rickster, what is up, sir? Good to see you. Good evening. CJ, good to see you. Evening. Always a good time when you're here. Appreciate it. We also have, oh, look, Comic Art Boston trying to hang around, or at least was 8 minutes ago. Let's see. Carl, aloha. What's up all the way from Maui? What's going on, Carl? Good to see you. As always, as ever. There she is. This lovely wife. Very nice. Happy Mother's Day, of course. Happy Sunday to everyone. Look at that. Jason Ladwig. What's up, sir? He's back. He is back after missing last week's episode. Cool. Good to see you, my friend. And hey, as always, John Brown, good evening to you. Lovely to have you always, of course. Marcus, look at that. Wow, look how long it took Marcus to come in. 2 minutes. 2 minutes into the show. He was late for a change. Wow.
That's because he was posting before the show went live.
Say again?
He was posting before the show went live.
Well, I think that was days ago, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one to do that every now and then. Yeah. Hey, what's up, the fellow Canuck? What's up, Shaggy? Happy Mother's Day to you and your mom, of course. Good to see you. Is the sun still out there, or is that the Northern Lights? You know, no, there's no sun. I mean, technically, I guess it's on its way going. It's on the way down, kind of thing. That's why it still looks like there's light out there. Yeah. Which is nice, man. That's why I love this time of year. Oh, all the extra light we get. I still will never understand how people complain about pushing the hour forward in the spring. Like, oh, we get 1 hour less sleep. Yeah, for one day, big deal. Who gives a shit? And then for an extra bunch of months, you get a lot more light in the during the nice weather months. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it, but
I live very close to a dateline change. So if I go from Las Vegas to, say, the Hoover Dam, Arizona does not recognize the international date lines.
Right.
So, like, your phone changes what time it is, and you may just seriously be going to the Hoover Dam to see the Hoover Dam, and then like back over to Boulder City, and then you're back over the border, and it's a completely different time. So I can say it can be inconvenient in places where the amount of light doesn't drastically change the length of your day. But I mean, I understand why it's a thing. I don't love it or hate it. It's just kind of a funny thing to witness in my case.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I know some people it doesn't really, because of where they live, where they're situated in North America, it doesn't really affect them or whatever, or it's, getting that extra hour of daylight, whatever, is not the big deal, whatever that it is for a lot of East Coasters, blah, 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 whatever, man. I a lot of talk over the years of like, there's people, there's one faction like saying, oh, get rid of that shit. Like, just leave it at the time it is, usually in the fall. And then in the last few years also, there was a faction of like, yeah, man, let's keep that extra hour of light during the nice months. So push it forward in the spring and leave it there and never put it back again. You know what I mean? Yep. But nothing ever happens either way, whatever, So what are you going to do? Comic Art Boston still around. Well, at least a few minutes ago, an improvement, especially for collectors, would be to have sellers in alphabetical order. Oh. Are they not listed? You mean listed?
There's
in the list?
No rhyme or reason. We'll get into that. We'll get into that.
I look forward to that. I look forward Matt, for you to put whoever on blast for that stuff, because I hate that kind of shit. I didn't notice that, and I looked through the dealer listings. I thought there was some sort of an alphabetical order, maybe by the wrong name, like second instead of the first instead of second, or something like that. Okay, but
That
anyway,
that may be the case. There's a semblance of alphabetical order
right,
that it's
but not
really
quite.
hard to make sense to. But yeah, there's let's get through some of these. There's some stuff to get to there for sure.
Okay, well, we'll get there. Okay. NSN says, what the fuck do you mean improper grammar? He's trying to say the hobby is still affordable.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. Especially for people who have slab books, right?
Yeah.
There we go. And yes, he's giving you props. You were correct. Yeah, there you go. Maki Poo Poo, what is up? Good to see you, sir. Ian, there we go. Very late for me to finally recognize you. I'm catching up, my friend. Howdy. Drop my like. I appreciate that. Have to run, no problem. Happy Mother's Day to your wife, of course.
Appreciating the like, Ian, of course, my good friend Ian.
Yeah. So that's awesome. Have a good time, my friend. And hey, what's up? Hello to you, Kenneth Bird. Good to see you.
Hello.
All of Mommy's friends are here on Sunday night. We stayed home. My wife was sick. Sorry to hear that, but all good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Was able to do some extensive cleaning around some parts of the house. Okay, good. It's always good to clean the house.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody likes to do it, but it's got to be done every now and then, you know. I had a feeling Mike might speak up when you said something about Arizona as soon as you mentioned it.
Yeah, they don't recognize daylight savings time.
Yeah, I always thought, Matt, you live in California.
I did. I lived in California for 30 years, basically, and moved 2 years ago to Nevada. Really chose to move during the pandemic and moved basically right after it was over. So I left my heart in Pasadena, I guess you could say, but I am no longer a California resident.
Las Vegas. I mean, I assume you're okay with me revealing the secret.
Oh no, of course, please.
Since you didn't even bother to mention it, and
it's not a big secret. Yeah.
Okay. So Cab is saying, in regards to that whole listing of the dealers and sellers or whatever, Control F worked for the dealer list. I don't know keyboard command, so I didn't know that was to put things in order. Control F worked for the dealer listing, but somehow not for collector sellers. Interesting.
I don't think it worked even for the artists. So there were 3 divisions of how that was all separated. There's the dealers, it's interesting because I think the collector dealers were listed first. So that's the group I was in. Then there's the dealers, who I think were second. And then there was the artists who had their own rooms or booths that were listed third. And it was difficult when you hit the main page. Sometimes you could link directly to their entire page. Sometimes you could not. I noticed it was much easier. I have on my laptop, obviously I'm a paid premium member and I have access earlier, and I could not for the life of me access at the correct time through my laptop, but I could on my phone. And so, there did seem to be a shuffle order, but again, it wasn't necessarily clearly articulated. One other thing I noticed, I got a request on a piece. It looked like somebody wanted to buy it. I'll draw that. I did not immediately contact them. It took me a good 20 minutes. And I think they had sent a prior inquiry that I did not see. And so I got the second one and I responded within 20 minutes and crickets. Sent them a text even to say, hey, because that information is in the inquiry. I just sent you an invoice through PayPal. If you want to pay some other way, let me know. I'm happy to accommodate. And so none of that stuff really. And this is a common. I will say it is a common problem with Comic Art Live, that you get a lot of inquiries from people that I don't even know what they're inquiring about. Like, do they want to buy it? Do they not want to buy it? You answer them back. They never talk to you again.
And then
I also bought a piece. I thought there was some really well-priced stuff, but you had to be into it,
you have to be, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, for people if they're more narrowly focused,
Hmm.
yeah, right. You're not likely to find stuff that's
But I
um,
picked up a Larry Stroman Nightcrawler commission on standard comic board for $100.
okay.
I mean, that's a good deal. Like I happen to like Nightcrawler, and I realized, oh, I don't even really have much Nightcrawler. Larry Stroman's a decent artist, a renowned artist on the X titles. I couldn't believe it was that cheap, and I immediately pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, yeah. Why not? Why not? For
Yep.
sure. Cab is saying, he's asking basically. So it wasn't him just imagining that there was like glitches.
No, there was a lot. Like, I noticed more of them, I think, even yesterday than today. So they do, Bill does a 2-day drop for Comic Art Live. You select your booth for Saturday, and then there's a different selection of stuff on Sunday that gets added to the total, so you can see both. I noticed that they were previewing some of the pieces from my Sunday booth on the select highlighted pieces, which in a way is kind of neat, but it can be very frustrating if someone wants to see it and they're like, wait, why can't I see this? Now, if anybody had selected any of the pieces that were available in my Saturday gallery, it's going to take them to a page where it says to buy now. It'll take you to a page on my website that has all of the artwork listed. So it's easy to find it on the website where you could have purchased it immediately instead of waiting. But it's not fully intuitive. Like, there's a lot of like little kind of slight problems with it that I think just have to do with the code.
Okay.
No lie there, Carl. There are a lot of Hawaiians here in Las Vegas. A lot of Hawaiians here. A lot of Hawaiians. A lot of Filipinos. Huge pocket populations, larger than those similar pocket populations elsewhere in the United States, in the mainland and elsewhere.
Matt Cab is also saying that that's just plain courtesy missing.
I mean, I
I'm
don't know
not
that
sure to
it's
what
courtesy.
point. I'm not sure to what point though he's saying that. He made.
Yeah, maybe it's the shuffling, the fact that it's not listed
Oh,
alphabetically
the
just
courtesy. No,
automatically.
no, the courtesy of like when people email you and you kind of
Oh,
reply
yeah,
back
no,
and then they ghost you and they're just they're like you don't know what's going on. It's yeah,
that is absolutely true. And
yeah,
like it used to be so frustrating to me just in general on CAF before these, events that
yeah,
people would reach out and they'd ask me, "Hey, is this still available?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Then nothing. Oh, they just want to know it's still available. It's like
yeah,
I
yeah.
used to call them tire kickers, like the
The
people that
tire
know.
kickers, right?
Yeah, no intention of
Right.
purchasing. They just need to know, for some odd, strange compulsion they have that something is
Yeah,
still available should they ever want it.
just to satisfy their curiosity, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alberto says, luckily I don't sell anything, so I got no inquiries.
Now,
Exactly. That's
do you
the best
not sell anything that you have listed, or do you just
way.
not have anything for sale? I mean, two different things.
The best way to avoid those guys, Alberto. That's for sure.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, don't sell shit. That's it. Or at least not on CAF CON weekend or whatever.
Yeah.
CJ says there are day drinkers on Cal. Oh man. I'm still corresponding with a seller on a piece. Okay. Hopefully it's going well, anyways.
Hmm.
So Mike picked up a piece for $40 shipped.
They were $5 pieces.
Yeah, you can't go
I
wrong
mean,
with
they
that.
looked like it. They looked like $5 pieces, but I mean, you can pick up some really inexpensive stuff. There was some decent pieces that were. I didn't see anything that I thought was particularly very good for less than $100.
Okay.
And there was a lot between 100 and we'll say $200.
Okay.
And yeah, that is true. What Cab is saying is that you really did need to be conscious of that. I think anybody who is familiar with the show as it's normally run would be aware of that. But that weird non-explanation of seeing a piece and clicking on it and it not being available, that's odd. That could have been solved in some kind of whatever algorithm makes those pieces preview, because I think it's random. But you'd think there'd be a way of it only being pieces that were available for the Saturday drop, not the Sunday drop, if you were seeing it on Saturday. Another kind of frustrating thing was if you wanted to do a sort of cheapest pieces first, and so that you're not sorting through random order,
Right.
or however the individual pieces were listed if you weren't looking at the booths, because you can do that too. You can just look at the works of art.
Right.
And irrespective of who's selling them. I think the most expensive piece I saw was $600,000. And there were quite a few hundreds of thousands of dollars pieces, which were surprisingly, and I think maybe optimistically priced. And
Okay.
then on the cheaper side, there was a lot of stuff that said zero, and I couldn't
Yeah.
figure out
Every
if those
time
are
though.
pieces
Every
that had
time.
sold.
It
Why
happens
was that?
every time though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, on Saturday, I like you, I went in at 11,
Yep.
and so I typically check my usual search term things, right? Really
Yep.
quickly, search terms, found nothing. And then what I typically do is I go, okay, let me search the entire, all the art together. And I decided to go this. Usually I go from like highest to lowest. This time I said, okay, let me see the cheap stuff, because it'll take me forever to get through the expensive stuff, and I can't afford it anyway. So why bother, right?
Right.
So I started with the listed by lowest price, and immediately like this, I'm talking like, I don't know, it was 5 or 10 minutes in when I did that, maybe 10 minutes in, and I saw zero, 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 zero. I'm
4
like,
pages of zeros.
yeah, like
Seriously,
come
like
on,
4
man.
pages of zeros.
Yeah, like, look, okay, you sold it, okay, good for you, but like for a 2-day event, you can't keep the price listed just for the day and then maybe remove the price. You know what I
And
mean? Like,
Bill puts this in every email he sends out, like to everybody who participates. He's like, if your piece sells, don't change the price to zero, just change the piece to sold so that they can figure out what's selling. The
yeah,
other thing is, someone I think has mentioned this in the comments, that they believe that I think Marcus has said that zero is just auction houses advertising. That wasn't the case on a lot of the zero stuff that I saw.
right.
It was just at zero. And it did seem like it was some pieces that had sold, but it also seemed like it was just unclear, what the availability of them were to begin with. And that's like you say, right out the gate, like right when the show opened. Something else that Comic Art Boston mentioned was about being able to sort. And the sort, I think, depended on what browser you were using. Like, that it's not maximized for every type of browser. I think
Right.
maybe they're using Chrome only, or maybe
Right.
they're not using Chrome. Maybe they're using Firefox or something,
Right.
or Microsoft
And
Edge.
yeah, and thanks for bringing that up, Matt, because I have an issue I've been having for many months now.
Mhm.
I just never bothered to bring it up, whatever, because I figure, whatever, who cares? But if anybody out there who uses Firefox as your primary browser, as I've been doing for like almost 20 years, can you tell me if when you go to CAF, I'm not talking necessarily the CAF CON 9 of this weekend, just CAF in general. What started happening to me several months ago is like when you see at the top of your screen, you have the hearts to tell you how many people, some certain amount of people have liked your post, and some
Yep.
people have also liked your comments,
Yep.
And so when I click that, and the drop down menu, whatever you want to call it, the pop down menu comes down, right, with the comments to show me what was liked. I can't get rid of it unless I refresh the screen. It used to be that I clicked on
Off
my
of it.
screen,
Yeah.
right, and it clicked it off. Not anymore. For several months now, I've got to refresh. It gets frozen there, and I've got to refresh the screen to get rid of it. It's so like, yeah,
Okay, so I got a better one for you. So
yeah,
on a mobile phone, I'm on an Android, so I'm not on an iPhone.
yeah.
When you look at CAF on a mobile, which it is not optimized for mobile at
No,
all, so you have to do this, and like get into making stuff large where you can actually read it, because it's basically at the equivalent of 1-point font, as it appears, because everything is jammed into it, into the side, the length of your screen. And so whenever I try and manage my galleries up, that pop-up appears for a second and then disappears. So I have to like you can't try and hit anything. You have to actually expand the screen first, then hit the drop menu, and then very quickly hit whichever prompt you want to grab in the manage galleries section of it, or it's just like up, down, up, down. It's extremely frustrating.
Oh my
It's
God.
not a
Yeah.
it's not a well coded site at all. And even the coding within what you can write, whether it's going to be for a description of your art piece or a description of your booth or whatever it is super buggy. I've been trying to figure out what version of HTML he's using for this site, because it's really out of date. So you have to kind of go back and use some very obsolete prompts. The standard prompt for bold is going to be, less than, B, more than, and then at the end of your text, less than / B, more than, and that gives you bold. For some reason, there's a bug in the coding that if you do that on the description pages of like gallery description pages, it does both a bold and a bump to a new paragraph, which
Okay.
makes everything look atrocious, because
Right.
you've got like stuff that stops in the middle of a paragraph and then it just bumps down to a new paragraph and things like that. Now, I know coding. I know the standard coding. I know what is considered the up-to-date coding of the day. It's I knew I was doing C++ back in the day. HTML is super stripped down and easy now. Most websites are able to operate, very easily, especially considering you've got limited text variety. He's not offering you a bunch of different types of fonts. You got one.
Right.
So where it can get tricky is where you have a lot of fonts and then you have to import those fonts, and that can cause you problems in the scripting. And normally importing, like if you were to write it in some kind of font that isn't supported by the site, once you pop it in there on the HTML version of it, it just automatically becomes whatever it's supposed to become. It's not clear that that's happening either. That would mean that whatever version of HTML he's using has got to be about 12 years old at the newest, and probably 18 years old.
Right.
So, I mean, it's a huge site. It's really hard to be able to upgrade without making people re-upload everything.
No, yeah. I mean,
Which probably isn't necessarily a bad idea, but I mean, I've
I
been
think
through the frustration of doing it.
I think Kazra was saying that, now that he's involved, they're working on a new site. They're gonna, finally work on something to revitalize the damn thing. So hopefully, let's hope that's true, and let's hope that it's sooner rather than later. I'm sure it'll take a long time, though. It's not, I'm sure, a quick job, obviously. So
Right.
that, but let's hope for that. I did want to comment on a few of our friends' comments here, real quick, though, if I may. Just wanted to say, because Cab said, yeah, sorting by price was only available when checking by artist or character. I can tell you, Cab, just so to be fair, I didn't have that issue. I was able to just I don't input anything. I didn't type anything into any field. I just put sort by lowest price, and I hit enter, and it gave me the entire listing, no problem.
It depended what browser I was using, and I
Okay. Yeah,
had the opposite problem as well. I had the opposite problem on a different browser where I could not search without it pulling me out of Comic Art Live and popping me onto the regular site. And it didn't seem to be pulling up anything. I'm like, well, this can't be correct. And I had to go back in and go back through the front page of Comic Art Live and try it on a different browser screen and see if I was able to use it. So there's a lot of bugs in it. And it seemed like there were more problems this year than previous years, honestly, as far as that type of thing goes. But it also seemed like there was a lot less art this time around, like a lot less art.
Well, I when I did my listing in order of lowest to highest, it did tell me, it says it right there on the page, and it was, I can't remember the exact number, but it was well over 5,000. It's typically from what I remember, between 5,000 and 6,000.
You see a lot of duplicate stuff, though?
What do you mean by duplicate stuff?
The same piece duplicated.
I don't think I've ever noticed that. No.
I saw a lot of that.
But how would that happen?
That the same person must have listed it more than once. because you have
in
to
their
do.
own in their own booth.
Yeah.
Well, why would you put the listing for the same piece twice in the same page?
If
I don't
they
get
had
that.
a bug uploading where it didn't seem like it was uploading, or they were doing something on Saturday and didn't have enough pieces for Sunday, but they forgot which day they were uploading to, they might have uploaded them to both. So I didn't notice it yesterday, but I did notice it today. There was several instances of there being the same exact piece 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in a row in
Okay.
the search function. That could have also been a site bug. I don't know, but I did notice that today as well.
Okay, have a good one, Cab. Thank you for dropping in and hanging out for half an hour at least.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, I know that this kind of discussion is always helpful and very interesting. So I wish you could stick around to be here for it, but I appreciate the half hour you could give us anyways. Thank you for all your input, by the way. Really appreciate it. Just to go back, well, I guess we're going to be going back and forth a lot on different topics. Cabot also mentioned earlier, or I don't know, three of our friends mentioned that these $0 listings were auction houses. Like Comic Link apparently listed a bunch of their stuff to advertise for their
Which they're not
auction.
supposed to be able to do. That's against the rules of the show.
Yeah.
The rules of the show are that you have to have a price.
Yeah,
And so
it
that's
has
in
to be for
violation.
sale. You got to be
But
selling it.
will there be any comeuppance for that? You know,
Oh, of course not.
is Bill going to punish one of the auction houses that advertise on the site for
Of course
breaking a
not.
rule? No, he's not. I mean, we just know that to be the case.
Right.
And that's unfortunate, you know, and I don't think that it's, and to a degree, that's not on Bill. That's on the auction houses
No, the
knowing that
people,
they
of
can
course.
bully.
Of course, they're taking advantage. I mean, they're the first to blame. Of course, they know they're
Yep.
taking advantage of the system. What are you doing? You know,
Yeah.
it's so not cool. You know, yeah.
I mean, when even the Donleys have to list their prices.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. They're being forced. They're doing it. They're complying, right?
And they must know that it works, that it's smart business in a situation like that.
Yeah, and for the ones that were legitimately sold and changed to zero, Alberto, yeah, I get it. I know a lot of people, we don't want to know what want you to know what I paid, but like the seller should say, listen, when you typically deal with me on Comic Art Fans, if I sell you something and you request I remove the price, I will. I agree with that. That's fine, But like for this event, it's a 2-day event, right? A lot of us use it not only for buying and selling, but for price gauging, gauging the price of stuff, right? Comping and stuff.
Yep.
So, shit, it's just at least for a day. Can you just keep it for the day and then put it to zero?
And as importantly, in that exact same discussion, Bill's giving you a booth for free if you're a premium member. So you're not paying a fee to list. Follow the damn rules. He requests, like, please don't change the prices. We use the data of what's sold so that we can promote how successful our show is.
Yeah, and that's,
and by the
he's
way, not making a ton of money on it.
No, he's not, and he's been requesting that for years.
Yeah.
For years. And so people know it, and they're still skirting the issue, They're saying, fuck that, I'll do it, and let's see what you're going to do about it. That's what they're saying, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So not cool. Dwayne, my friend, says, I just browsed on my iPad, and I didn't seem to have issues with Safari. All right. Well, thanks for letting us know that.
It's funny because I use Safari to upload.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that's funny. Okay.
I seem to have less problems on Safari when I upload than I do on Chrome or on Firefox.
Okay, interesting. Mike is telling us that the CAF app. I forgot. Yes, it's the app. So that's what I wonder. I wonder if this whole, because I remember when we did the show for reviewing the OAX, right, con, and then Kazra was here in the chat telling us they're working on the app. But I wonder, when you're working on the app, that typically means you're servicing people who are you typically use their phones to browse the website.
That's got to be 80% of the people using the site at this point.
You know what? A lot of people have told me the same sort of numbers. And I got to tell you, look, this is not some big scientific thing I'm coming up with, okay? So not a huge sample size either. But based on the analytics just from my website, I can tell you that the people that browse my site using a PC almost on a daily basis, almost always outnumber those on their phones.
For accessing the site directly. But when you send a newsletter out, which is an even easier way to collect data, they're probably saying, well, look, I send out, I'm sure Kazra and James and, the other guys that are kind of involved with probably more of the technical aspects of the changes that are going to be happening in CAF are looking at the daily metrics, because he sends out an email every day. And most of the email responses might even be above 80% are like using their phones to check, because they get it on their phone and they check, so they immediately go. So when you're counting individual accessing of the website, I'm sure that for CAF, that because they have a daily newsletter, it's skewing everything to 80% towards phones, which is if you can set something up so that it looks good on a phone, it'll look good on a desktop.
Right.
But what looks good on a desktop often looks terrible on a phone. Like when I use Constant Contact to put together my newsletters and I send stuff out, I go through and I look at how it spaces things on a phone, and I adjust everything for how it spaces looking on a phone, because that still looks great on a desktop. And sometimes I have to go in and change a bunch of different things. I'm like, how come the HTML isn't working on, the spacing issue isn't working on Constant Contact, because there's some bugs in that too. But with Constant Contact, rather than a program like, say, MailChimp, they're getting through a lot of spam filters, because you have to, if you break the laws of spam by just adding people in Constant Contact, they'll kick you off the service.
Right.
So that keeps that to a minimum.
Right.
But I'm sure that, if that's the metric you're studying, if that's your most available metric, then I'm sure it's skewing way more mobile. But to your point, like I too, if I get on my Google Analytics and I look and I see who spends the most time on the site, then that tends to be people using PCs, not Macs, mostly in Europe, and they'll go through the entire site. Like they'll spend a half hour or more on it, as opposed to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, which you get from a phone. So those are people that are probably saving pages and want to purchase stuff, or they're hackers. So it's like, you can assume that there's more money to be made from them or not. I'm not sure that we have enough of a metric there, but it's definitely it's worth looking at. That's definitely a swath of information that is worthy of further study. I'm sure that Kazra's looking at it. But what will the app mean to the site? Because an app is not a site upgrade.
And so that's the point I wanted to make, was that given that they kept talking, Kazra kept mentioning the app, during that OAX show we did, it makes me scared that means, it's like, don't look over here, look over here, right? It's like the app. Oh, does that mean that because you're working on the app, it means we're probably not going to see the actual site upgraded for a much longer period of time? It's just the app. Is that what it's going to be about? So who knows? We'll see what happens.
Or will the site really just be the app? Will it be kind of a skinned version of the app, which is probably, I would say that's the most likely outcome. But that's going to mean that anything that doesn't kind of gel with what Web 2.0 is at this point is going to disappear. And accounts that haven't been accessed in 2 years are probably going to disappear.
Yeah, well, we'll see about all this. I mean, I guess hopefully sooner rather than later. We'll all see soon enough, If I do another show,
I'm not going to make a judgment on that. Eventually, that's what I'll commit to. Eventually,
we may have to do another show on the app to talk about how the app is when the app gets released. That's funny. Thanks to Be Moving, I am on a purchase moratorium. Congrats on the move, I guess. I guess. But I looked. Yeah, zero is kind of like please inquire. No, those were sold pieces. But if you mean it's kind of like as annoying as when they put please inquire.
Yeah. No, the please inquire is against the rules, and that's something that is available to put on the regular site. But on Comic Art Live, you're not supposed to be able to do that. And there, I mean, there were even, I think there was a penalty warning at some point that people who violate the rules will, that they'll be disabled from access during the sale. I just can't imagine that anybody was spending any time doing that, especially when now the people who would be in a position to be monitoring that are running live streams all day long, over on YouTube. And I mean, I get it, like there's not a whole lot of number one, there's not a lot of money in it. So who can you pay when you're not bringing in a lot of money?
Yeah.
And, volunteers, you generally get what you pay for.
Yeah.
And, in third, it just becomes a logistical nightmare of managing man hours and effort. So, all this stuff that I'm not kvetching about this, I'm not complaining about, I'm merely pointing a lot of it out. But that, I think, is a gross misuse, and it's a taking advantage of a really, really good thing for the community, in that if you are a premium member, you're given the ability to do this without getting charged anything for it. Now, it's not always worthwhile to do it, even when it's free. As I say, if I spend a week selecting and then uploading new pieces, which require all kinds of new information one at a time,
Right.
24 in one day, 24 in the next, and I don't sell anything, that's a complete waste of my time.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, the good news is that after the first show last year, Bill made it possible that you can just move those pieces into another gallery on CAF,
Oh,
which
okay.
is very
Yeah, yeah.
convenient. But
That's
you can't
good.
do the opposite. So I can't just move an existing piece from my gallery
From CAF,
into Comic Art Live.
right, into the convention. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's also no way to change for sale to on hold, which would be a nice little extra box to put on.
But that I complained about that like 3 years ago or something, and a lot of us were saying the same thing. I don't get it. What's so hard about that? Like, yeah,
It's not hard. It's not hard. I mean, maybe it's an idea of he just wants to say, is it sold or is it not sold? But like you say, someone asked me something and I want to make it known that I'm taking seriously the fact that they've inquired about a piece, in good faith, that, I've sent them out an invoice and I want to be able to put on hold on it. And then if somebody is really interested in it, they'll reach out. I think that also does an extra thing of like, whoa, it is on hold, but it isn't sold yet. And so you may get other people to kind of jump on the piece that were maybe on the fence about it. So I think it helps sellers to have that. But I think it offers a degree of peace of mind to a buyer.
I did it for well over 20 years on my website.
Yeah.
Yep. For that specific reason, because to me, first of all, the main reason was, okay, with my old website, I never had it wasn't an automatic payment system. That's why, right? So I figured, okay, you fill out your address and everything, you submit the order, and it's just telling me, okay, this guy wants this piece, and then I manually immediately put it on hold until you pay me, right? So that's why. So that was the thing. So I put on hold because I haven't been paid. I'm not going to put it on sold if you haven't paid me. Bottom line,
right?
Okay? Nothing sold until I see the money. That's the rule number one in sales. Yep. Okay. And then the second benefit was, like, as you were saying, if it's on hold, right, and this potential buyer ends up diddling, dawdling, blah, 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 I don't know, whatever, changes the mind. Well, in all that time that it took for him to change the mind, some other people may have come across it. Oh, shit, I missed it. Oh, but it's on hold. It's not sold. And it makes a lot of those people, it gives them the impetus to email you to say, hey,
yes,
if this doesn't go through,
this falls through, I'm interested.
I'm in. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And over the years, that happened many times where I had to say, hey, you got lucky. Yeah, it's available for you, So it's great. It's a simple thing, and it's very helpful for sellers. Absolutely. Yep. Also, wanted to mention, Murdoch, my friend Murdoch here, going back to what we were saying earlier about when you mentioned that the newsletter, he says a newsletter is not a website.
Right. But it gives you tracking.
Mm.
It's the easiest tracking. Like you can track so much easier through an email. Like a mass emailing program gives you all kinds of data that you don't get by yourself and that you can't even get from Google. So it's a better monitoring tool. But Google, of course, can't monitor newsletter stuff. It can only monitor site access stuff. So a smart business owner who's sending out a newsletter is going to compare the information that they're getting from their mailer program, a mailer daemon, and their Google Analytics. And then you have your own site analytics that you can pull straight off your site, especially if you're using something like WordPress. So and WordPress gives you much better like marketing and access metrics than any of the other kind of cheaper, easy to set up website backbones. They're known for it. They also have, you have to pass, just like with Apple in the old days, you had to pass rigorous testing before they would implement any kind of add-on. And so that has been a case, although they update so frequently that if you don't have someone who knows what they're doing as a site designer, your site can go down if something now falls out of support. And that's become a problem for people that don't have, a lot of acumen in programming and things like that.
Right. Gotcha. I wanted to point out that Marcus, in terms of what I was saying with the hold, that on hold could mean anything, though a trade can mean more.
Yep.
Right. But so what? Who cares? Yes. But at least you as a buyer, if you're interested, you may still have that impetus to like, hey, just letting you know I'm interested. If it doesn't go through, yeah. And if it was an actual potential sale, you may get a call back. But if people go immediately to, from like, hey, yeah, I'm interested in this, and you go, sold. Well, you're probably more in danger of screwing yourself as a seller, for doing that, because some of these guys are like, seriously, they're like, again, you don't, like you were saying earlier at the top of the show, they talk in ways, they type in ways that you don't even know what the hell what they want. They're not clear. It's like, you don't even really know, are they wanting to buy this? Or are they just asking a question? Like, what's happening,
Well, there's, so when you on Comic Art Live, there's a button that if you're interested in purchasing, it's like send an inquiry or ask about purchase. I'd have to look at it, to be honest, to see exactly what it says. But it gives you a screen and you can fill in your name and your email and your telephone number. And then instead of it saying message, it says description. It's just like, it's a weird way of labeling that box. And I can see how that would be confusing to someone who wants to send a message. If they're like, description, well, I just put the title of the piece. The title of the piece is already there. Like they feel their work is done.
Yeah.
As opposed to message like, hey, is this available? Do you accept credit cards?
Yeah.
Can I offer you $5 instead of $500? Whatever their question is.
Yeah. That happened to me only because very, very early on in the first 5 minutes, I spotted a piece that our friend Michael Lovitz had, and I was like, $1,500. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you meant 15,000, right? So I emailed him, and I noticed as I started filling out the thing, it said description or whatever. I'm like, description? What do you mean by description? What the fuck does that mean? It's not a description. Like, yeah, so weird, right? So
it's a strange nomenclature. Yeah, and Rick Welch just pointed out that it's request purchase is the active button for that, where that screen pops up. And then it's also not 100% evident how much information you have to input. It should be to the normal layperson, where there's a little asterisk, a little red asterisk.
Yeah, asterisk, exactly.
That's what you fill out. You don't need to fill out anything else. And so, but also because it's called request purchase, not request info. If I don't know how big the piece is, and people for some crazy reason don't put the size of the artwork, they don't put descriptions of what kind of artwork it is. Is it pencil? Is it ink? Is it pencil and ink? Is it painted? Is it watercolor? Is it digital? Is it, a print that's just been drawn over?
Yeah, listen.
This stuff is so missing.
There's fault to go around, blame to go around on a lot of people, right?
Yep.
Like Rick here is saying, again, about the on hold thing. Well, oftentimes things are still marked on hold well after they've been paid. I'm not denying that, Rick.
Yeah.
But to that, I just have to say, yeah, reach out to those people and say, hey, can you fucking mark it sold, please? Because I know it's whatever, it's been paid for. Put it sold already.
As the buyer, I would want them to mark it sold, and then I would want them to remove it from their site,
Right.
and remove it from the record. One bone that I have to pick about a couple of sellers is that you go to their site and you pull up an artist and it shows 25 to 150 pieces and they're all sold. Why are you showing me that?
Yeah.
And they're showing it because they're trying to trick out the algorithm to get people to go to the site and get frustrated. But I don't think that ultimately works. I think that what that does is that dissuades a serious buyer from ever returning to your site. If you have a couple of works from an artist and you want to showcase what you've had before, I get it. But when you've got 150 pieces marked sold, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It drives me absolutely crazy. And there's quite a few of the sellers that are all well known, that are, decent businessmen. Certainly one who has over 100,000 followers on his Instagram account, which narrows it down. And who has very popular art drops with some very well-known people and does very well with them. But it's extremely frustrating from a purchasing point of view. And he also doesn't even mark the price that it was. So it just says sold. So not only is there no clarity of what the price was, so to give you an idea of whether it's worth inquiring next time around, it's just a tease like, I had this and now I don't have it. And I mean, I think a lot of people in this chat are going to agree with me that the reason why people get on the Donnellys is because they don't post prices. When you've got 40,000 pieces of inventory, I understand not having current prices. I get it, because the work that goes back into changing those prices all the time it's just not worth it to them. And they know that they can sell good stuff and that the prices do change. But the other, they don't have stuff that says sold, like even they understand that. So it's sort of like, it is two different aspects of a similar problem.
Right. I want to touch upon what Marcus was saying again. We're once again going back to the whole on hold sold thing, right? That topic. He mentioned, he mentioned to Tom, because Tom suggested that Marcus go on to Bill's show and suggest that. Marcus told him we already went through that years ago, and he's right. I was there, okay, because I was one of those guys saying, yeah, can you please just put it on hold? Add it. It's simple, right? So Marcus now says, asking a question. So if it's on hold at the end of the show, can he count it as sold dollars? My feeling, I don't know, but my gut feeling tells me, has always told me, that the answer is no, and that is the reason he has always refused to put the on hold and just leaves it as sold only is the only option.
If that's his problem, then count it as sold. Who cares?
Yeah. So, but he goes, because he's saying also, so he can't count it as sold for the metrics if people forget to change it from on hold to sold. True. But me as a seller, like, look, myself as a seller, I mean, again, there's a bunch of sellers on the site, right? And I remember years ago when we discussed this, a lot of us were saying, yeah, it'd really be nice to have the on hold option. So it's a bunch of us versus him and his metrics. And my thing to that is, okay, I know you love your data. I like data too.
Yep.
Okay. I know you love your data, but like, is there a prize that you're going to win at the end of every one of these CAF CONs? You get some big cash prize and you only get it if you have the exact dollar amount of actual sales that were made. Like, who cares if you don't have the exact, as long as you have somewhere in the vicinity of how many sales were made, right? Like, who cares?
You've got sales and you've got qualified sales. Yeah.
Huh?
So there's a difference between a sale and a qualified sale. So he can use that metric to say, we sold X amount of total dollars, which is what Heritage does, because people don't pay at Heritage auctions all the time, and they still say they sold $10 million worth of stuff. But if it's to report the biggest sales of the show, then leave out the ones that aren't confirmed as sold, because he does auction reports where he lists out, oh, so and so sold this amount of stuff and so sold this amount of stuff. And honestly, those guys aren't going to use on hold anyways. Like those
Right.
6 top guys are going to brag about what they sold. They're going to say, I sold this and I sold this. So it doesn't matter to them. But to allow them to make a policy or put a policy in place that would help every other seller, and for that to not be a thing, seems a little silly. And I think it is something that helps sell work, that if it does fall through, people get more interested, because if someone else likes it, people like it more, right? I mean, that's how FOMO works. So,
Yes.
it's a really easy to implement thing. I mean, most of the stuff that could be easy changes on that site should be easy, small repairs. The bigger problems, the layout, the intuitive resizing, that's different. That requires a different framework for the site. That would take a very, very long time to change. But I mean, there's too many dials at the top. There's ads on both sides, which is not really,
Oh no, the
in line
layout.
with
Yeah, it's
anything
correct.
that any web designer would tell you is a smart thing to do.
No,
But
listen, Matt, okay, I, over the past 20 years since the site was built, okay, I stopped counting at like 72 or 73, whatever. But the number of people who, new collectors came to the hobby, they found me one way or another, reached out, we spoke. One of the first things I would always say is, okay, well, if you want to kind of get into the hobby, maybe do you have a gallery yet? It's the first thing I ask. Maybe you should start off, open up a little gallery here on this website, blah blah blah. And I stopped, like I said, I stopped counting at like 70, in the low 70s, of the amount of people that I then suggested they open a site, and they opened the site and went premium. Okay, it's probably slightly over 100 now, anyways. But the one thing that not all of them, but a large percentage of those people emailed me back after I would say, yeah, make sure you start off by opening your gallery, right, and go premium. I'm telling you, it's worth it, whatever. A lot of them would come back and say, yeah, like I'm really sorry. They don't, because they don't want to. They think they're bothering me, right?
right.
I'm really sorry, but like, I went to the site like you told me to. I just feel so overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. I don't know what to
Right.
do. It's so overwhelming. I don't know what to do. I just don't even know how to open this gallery you're telling me about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and they're like, I just see a bunch of ads here everywhere, and it's just advertising, top,
It's
bottom, left, right.
chaotic.
It's chaotic. Yeah.
It's a very chaotic site. And now, I mean, I don't want it to sound like I'm doing nothing but bagging on the site. I love the site. I love the idea of the
The
site.
idea of the site, of course, everybody loves that. Of course.
The fact that I care enough that it bothers me says that it's a
Well,
great idea and that it performs a valuable service.
anybody who it bothers and who vocalizes and we discuss it, of course, it means you care about it.
Yeah.
That's why you do it. If you
Yeah.
didn't give a shit, you would never even mention it, right?
Right.
Of course, man.
And so I want to make sure that anybody who would be listening to this, if not live, then later, when 15 hours from now, when we end this, that and it's archived, that they come across it, that they understand that it is out of love, that
Yes.
that I would hope that certain things be implemented, changed, restyled, reskinned. Another kind of main things, you touched on something really, really important, and it's, how do you know how to add stuff? There isn't really a good FAQ on how to do that. There's also not really a good FAQ on how to add news.
Right.
Like, because I would frequently get, Bill always say, "Oh, you should send me some, if you've got a new show, send it to me, I'll run it." And
Yeah.
so if I send it to him directly, it'll pop up usually within a few days. And go into one of the daily newsletters with one of those, little lines about what's happening at the bottom of it.
Yeah.
But trying to just kind of list it, because you're supposed to be able to just post, and it kind of goes to this archaic, almost news board like thing like the CGC boards or something, which
Right.
nobody contributes to. When you look at like the last time somebody has posted, it's like
Right.
10 years ago.
Right.
And that certainly needs a rehaul. And so sometimes I can figure it out and sometimes I can't. And I mean, I use the site a lot. I'm somebody who I rearrange stuff so that it looks a certain way, it goes in a certain order.
Yeah.
Of course,
And
when they
listen,
go
I
to
just want to. I also want to add too to what you just said. Most of us here on Sunday nights who hang out here with us are what you would consider like pretty active users or very active users, right? All of
power
us.
users, as they're known, in most other
Yeah.
context.
Yeah.
But it's
So
I mean, if if you spend time on the site, you get a sense of how inconsistent finding things can be.
yeah.
And that sometimes you have to reload and go back and find a different way to get to a place that it's seemingly, I mean, it's not quite an Easter egg, but it's certainly not intuitive where you would find it. And I think it's because there's so many weird options in the drop menus. There's a lot of drop menus too. That alone can be very, very daunting. So it would be better if that was streamlined. And honestly, it would be better if it was on the side of the site. If it was a hamburger, he's talking about the $15,000 piece that you're like, I think that's 1,500. He's like, I'd buy that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted to
I'm so
clarify.
good at translating Marcus.
You
It's
are awesome, man. You're like my official Marcus translator. You're awesome, man. I appreciate
one of the
that.
same. Marcus and I are of a piece in a way, so it's good.
That's awesome. And by the way, speaking of money, Maki Poo brought up a good point because I had heard something about this, and I want to know if you know anything about this or anybody else knows. Where is it? Where is it? Maki Poo. Give me a second. Here it is. He said that some pieces you can just check out at the time of purchase during
All of mine.
So any seller can set it up so that it's automatic checkout?
Yeah, you just click here to buy now, and you have it linked to a purchase. I have a product page on my website, and you can just go directly there and buy it directly from me on my website.
So does that mean it only works for people with websites?
Yes. There was, let me caveat that I know that there was a time where you could run a purchase through Bill's processing. I've never done that, so I'm not. I think you have to kind of do a separate thing where he's implementing a purchase process for you. I think only a handful of people probably have that. But to the bigger, truth that if you know how to write the HTML, then you can absolutely just link to your own shopping cart.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The market report option.
So yeah. So yeah, for that comment, Marcus. Yeah, I guess so. Probably. We have to make assumptions, but I assume so as well. At least that's part of it, I would think. But yeah, so that means, just to be clear, then, that all those booths that are open just by collectors, right, who don't have their own websites, they just have their CAF gallery. They can't hook up any kind of instant payment thing or whatever.
Probably not. It's probably contact us and we'll send you an invoice type of thing, which is ostensibly what that whole, purchase now, whatever button is, that, we were talking about earlier.
Right. TJ, the thing is, even if you use the stoplight color coding concept, again, like what Rick was saying, a lot of these dealers are, they're lazy, they're forgetful. So whatever color they choose, he's right. A bunch of them they don't give a crap enough to be on the ball with it and change the color when it's time to change the color,
That could be automated, though. That could be automated through the actual process. Like if you choose sold, it's red. That would be easy for Bill to do on the HTML end.
Right.
If you choose on hold, it's yellow. And I mean, I guess you really don't need green because it's black. But yeah, I mean, but it's funny he says that because that's what I used to use on my website when I didn't have automatic checkout. I would change it to hold or sold, or, and I would do it. I would color code it that way.
Okay. Okay. All right, cool. Excellent. Thanks everybody for all the feedback so far and suggestions and all that. That's been great. I kind of would like to get into how the show actually went in terms of all of you guys, not just Matt, but all of you guys that are watching live here right now. But we, of course, will start with Matt since he's here. Do you want to tackle? Because I'd like to hear from both sides. Obviously, you're doing the selling side, but you're always looking for art as well, like a lot of us. I'd like to tackle both. Do you want to start with either or? I'd like to hear how it went for you on either side, and then let me know the other.
Sure, I'll say from I guess I'll take the last part first. So I've been saying this for months, that I've completely stopped purchasing art, that I'm really just trying to pare down, what I have into what I consider to be the stuff that I know I'm going to keep. And it's my criteria for what is essential is going to be very different for anybody else's criteria for what's essential. I know that I have pieces that are valuable that will become more valuable and that may be very impressive to other collectors. That doesn't mean that I want to keep them. Some of them had for a long time, and I was happy to have them for as long as I had them, and they just mean less to me. But I also had, without getting too into it, I had another crypto wallet that I'm having trouble accessing, and I had a couple of commissions that I wanted to place, and very embarrassingly, I had to walk back a rather expensive commission from somebody, and I felt terrible about it. Physically ill, not just because it meant that I had probably lost a lot of money or potentially have lost a lot of money, but that I had entered into this agreement that I could no longer honor. And I mean, for me, that's a tremendous thing. I'll move heaven and earth to make that not the case, and ended up actually putting up a lot of pieces for sale that I've never offered for sale before. And some pieces that I'd kind of like put out there with a kind of, if someone's willing to pay me this crazy price for it, I'll sell it. And I made it a little bit more reasonable and made them market value. So like I have a Frank Quitely piece at 12,500, which is right in the market of what that should be. JG Jones piece that's 9,000, that's exactly what that should be. So, and I could go down the list, so I marked a $20,000 Robert Williams piece at $9,000. So at that top end, I've made things more affordable. At the bottom, I had pieces that were $100, that were $120, that were $200, that were $250, $275. So relatively affordable stuff. And I only got an inquiry about, which piece was it? I have people that have saved different pieces, and I'll send them, hey, if you want this, then you can have it for this or whatever. But which is, I think, a really good function of what Bill has done with Comic Art Live.
I would like to make a comment on that function, in that I'm of two minds. As the seller, I agree with you. Really good function. As a buyer, hate it.
Really?
Yeah. Because I do, or not anymore, because of the function. Not anymore. I used to save a lot.
Oh.
Not because there's any chance I'm going to buy it.
You want to see if it sells.
And or if it does sell, curious to see, the price, just for my own mental, always price checking, right? That's how I stay on top of prices, right? And that's it. And so that's the problem, is that with me saving a bunch of stuff, I'm going to get a bunch of emails. Yeah, hey, listen, if you're still interested, I'm like, oh God. And I feel like I don't like ghosting people. I don't like not replying to people. I always have to reply to people.
Well, that's a blind, though. So they don't know it's you that saved it.
Oh, no.
It's just a message that goes out to everybody that saved it, and you don't know who, as a seller, you don't know who it is. So there's no expectation of getting an answer. Like it's not like you said, hey, I'm really interested in this, tell me about it. You're like, I'm saving this because I'm interested in some capacity. And so then you can just send out a message. So that's what I like about it.
Okay.
But if you just
thanks for clearing that up, then that's a lot better.
Sure. If you just like it, you cannot contact them. So it's like you can see a piece that gets 15, 20 likes and no saves. And it's like,
right. But you're saying if you do save it as a potential buyer, You
Yep.
save it. That guy, that seller doesn't know it's you.
Nope. Just that somebody has
Somebody.
saved it.
Okay. They'll get
Yeah.
a number of how many people have saved
And it will
your
tell you how many, at the end of the
or
show.
your item
Now,
or
what's
whatever.
interesting is like if I have 10 people that like a piece, I might change the price. If I have one person that likes the piece, I might not care. You
Yeah.
know, like, so it's like I think they're fairly priced as they are. I'm usually willing to bend a little bit, but I'm not willing to break. And so for me as a seller, it was not worth the time I put into it this year at all
Okay.
by
Okay.
any metric.
Are you willing to talk numbers of what you not dollar amounts, but like how many pieces you put, how many pieces sold, how many, that kind of stuff?
Sure. I sold nothing.
Oh, okay.
So I
Okay.
posted
A goose
24
egg,
pieces
huh?
each day, so 48 pieces. It
Wow, you had a full house. Wow.
took about 3 days to
Yeah,
get all that stuff up because I
sure.
don't have the luxury of just banging through it all at once. I had to do it
Yeah,
after work on a couple of days.
yeah, yeah.
And then the weekend that it fell on, I knew I had to do it at the beginning of the week or it wouldn't have gotten done. So that kind of required me to schedule my time in a certain way. The inquiry that I got was for a single piece. It was $350. It's a production cell from Heavy Metal, the motion picture, from one of the sequences that was originally written by Mobius. It's a
Okay.
really cool piece, and I got that one inquiry from the potential buyer. As I said, I didn't catch their first inquiry. They sent a second one, and I was able to answer them. I think within 20 minutes of the second inquiry, saying, here's a link if you want to buy it directly in the website. If you want me to send you a direct PayPal, let me know. I also accept Cash App. I accept Venmo. Let me know how you want to pay for this. Nothing. So this morning, before the show started, I went ahead and sent them a PayPal invoice. And then because I had their phone number, because that is in the contact detail if they're inquiring.
You don't know
Sent
who
them a text.
the name of the person, but they
I know
still
their name. No, this
but
is an actual inquiry, not a shit,
an
not a
actual
save,
inquiry. Okay,
not a
okay.
like. This was
Yeah.
someone who's like, ostensibly, I want to buy this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so I was able to text them and say, hey, I sent you a PayPal invoice. Let me know if you want to pay some other way. Nothing. So and yes, I do know their name. I'm not going to say it. That would be kind of shitty. But
No.
someone I think known.
Oh, okay.
So kind of rude,
Yeah.
that if you don't want it, I don't want it anymore. Sorry, you waited too long to get back to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry. That's it. My fuck up,
Yeah.
But if that's the case, then it should be, as someone pointed out, it should be courtesy. It's like,
I was gonna say uncommon courtesy.
yes, uncommon
Okay.
courtesy. So yeah, in that capacity, not a very worthwhile show at all. As a
Right.
buyer, as I
Sorry to
say,
hear that,
I'm
by
like,
the way.
I'm not really looking for specific stuff, but things can catch
Yeah.
my eye, and I'm better about not chasing squirrels, certainly.
Okay.
But I did see that Larry Stroman Nightcrawler piece, and I was like, oh, it doesn't say the size. I'm like, well, I don't want if it's 5x7,
Yeah.
but it was 11x17, and I was like, for $100?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a no-brainer. There was a lot of stuff like that, not quite that cheap, but there were a lot of pieces that I think I saw Stefan Hand's magic color piece that was marked, I think,
Hold on.
$500,
Hold on. I thought that was a woman. Isn't it Stephanie Hans?
maybe.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I don't know.
You're probably right.
Oh,
And I don't know if it's an E or an I. I think it's just an E, but it could be Stephanie. I'm not sure. But
okay.
it was a really nice piece, honestly. And it was $500. And then because I had saved it, like I got a message back this morning saying they dropped the price to $400. And I was like, that's a really good price. But at the end of the day, I wasn't really going to spend $400 on
Mhm.
this piece. But it was a really good deal. Like it is a very, very good deal for the price of this person's art, for the level of technical prowess that was put into it. And just, it's a cool piece in that the layout is a cool piece. And it kind of captures that Arthur Adams version of Magic from like the New Mutant special back in the day. Because there's been so many different versions of Darkchild that have, been made in a bunch of ways.
Right.
Also, Rick saw that piece. Yeah. And again, like I think I had put a save on that, and so I got a message from the seller saying that I think they dropped it like $20 or something like that, and I was like, yeah, I will take it, absolutely, I will take it. But they got back to me like in a minute, like it was a really, really fast reply.
Right.
And I know that that's something that also Bill always talks about going into the show. It's like, guys, please try and pay attention so that you can get back to people. The message that came for me came when I was driving to go pick up dinner, and so like I was in my car and, and
Yeah.
I missed the first one, and I was out longer than I expected to be out. When I came back, I saw that I had these 2 messages and I responded to the second one. It turned out it had only been about 20 minutes ago. But I do think that there are good pieces at a lot of different levels. There's a lot of great sketches, and this is a funny thing. So I have great anxiety about the whole mystery sketch program. And I always ask a lot of questions about it, and it seems to drive Bill crazy. But even asking, like I asked Kazra about it, and I was like, so how do you decide this? Like, how is it random? Because nothing is truly random. There is a metric by which you make something random, and finally, when I asked on one of the live shows earlier, Bill said that they do the list of all the requests, and then he does a random sort so that it switches the order of the people who whatever they've requested, and it lines up with a different column of who the artist is that's going to do it, or something along that line. So it wasn't 100% clear, but I'm like, well, okay, so that's at least one step in the right direction, me understanding how this happens. It still seems like, well, an artist who signs up to do a mystery sketch isn't necessarily going to do just any character. They have characters that they want to do or they don't want to do. So that list goes to an art rep, someone like NSN or Cadence or whoever. Sorry, not Cadence anymore. But, maybe 4C or somebody like that. And I get too much anxiety because I'm not happy with the degree of completion I see on some of them. There's a handful that look amazing, and if I had the option of buying those awesome ones for the mystery sketch price of what is it, $250, I would do that. But if it's between that and the bale of hay behind the wall and let's make a deal, and I don't know which one I'm going to get, I can't do it. Like I'm not a gambler. I've never been a gambler. I do not like to gamble. $225. Well, it's only $225 can be a $225 albatross if you don't like what you get. So, like I'd rather pay $300 and get what I want.
Of course. But FYI, not that I look at these things closely because I'm not a sketch guy myself, but I also thought I remember seeing 250, like you're saying, man.
Too. Yeah, but maybe it's 225.
Does that include, maybe is it 250 including shipping or something? I don't know. Whatever.
Well, then it's 250.
Whatever. Yeah.
250 plus tax is 250 plus tax. It's not 250, but however it works out,
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah. It's $1.99 until you hit the register. But that gives me a severe amount of anxiety. Like I can't take advantage of it because I just get to. I've purchased any mystery sketches. I've gotten like sketch cards from people because I want to support them. And then having them in my collection just bugs me. It doesn't match. I don't have a bunch of them, so I don't have like an easy display motif.
Yeah.
I'm not going to send them all out to get graded because why would you? And but if I had like a good 10 or 12 of them that I thought were really artists whose work I love, then I would absolutely do it. But it was like yeah, she doesn't like him either, right? Because you like me, like you want exactly what you want,
Matt, she and I spoke privately, and she told me this story of why she doesn't like it.
Oh, Karen, come on the show, please.
She showed me the results of her effort for the mystery sketch thing, and oh my god, okay, what a laugh we had together. I felt sad
Yeah.
for her, but like it was so funny. Oh my god. But anyways, I don't want to get
I
into
mean,
that.
sometimes, yeah. I mean, there's something to be said for like a really, really pathetic piece too, right? Like it can become famous for how terrible it is, with the whole crotch goblin thing. But which
You
some
know
would
what?
argue was actually an awesome piece, an unironically awesome piece.
You know what? I just have to say again that long running joke. I haven't hung out on that channel for 2 years. So I got no idea what it is. I like literally know nothing about what it is. All I know is it's this little painting that Marcus has in his house, whatever, and he carries it to shows every now and then. I know nothing about the background on that one. So yeah, people keep talking about it. I'm like, yeah, crotch goblin, okay, whatever. Some dude with some weird goblin with his hand on his balls or whatever. Like, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know I don't know what the thing is, but
You got to
okay.
pop Rick's quote up.
Oh, get in there, get in there. Matt lives in Vegas but doesn't like to gamble.
That's why it's the perfect city for me.
Yeah.
I don't have that addiction. I don't have that problem. It's a great place for me to just hang. I'm so close to nature here. I can go to the casinos and just enjoy the benefit of them having great restaurants and great shows. I honestly, no locals go to the casinos usually unless they have somebody else in town. But whereas I know other people that if they lived here, their lives would be over like in a matter of days. But yeah, I mean that whole not knowing thing, like I don't like mystery comic, slab auctions or any of that stuff. That is gambling. There's no two ways about it. A raffle is gambling, which is why there are stringent laws about how you can do a raffle. I think at least with the way this is done, it's pretty like you have an idea of the artists now that are included, whereas in the first couple of years when they were doing it, you didn't. So you kind of know, but I mean, there's a lot of A to Z, in the quality of the
Oh, sure.
rosters at the various participants, and some of them
Sure.
do, and some of them can do an amazing job on one piece and blow it on the next, and it's like, oh, who wants to do Judge Dredd? Oh, I've never drawn Judge Dredd. Let me take that one, and that can either be amazing or that can be a
Right.
disaster.
Right.
And if you like a character that everybody likes, then it's really going to bum you out if you see somebody else get an awesome one and you get a kind of crappy one.
Of course. Of course. But again, having said that, that's part and parcel of everything that goes into being a commission collector, right? There's that whole commission collecting part of the hobby is rife with potential pitfalls, So
That's yeah.
you know what I mean? So that's it. So it's kind of like, okay, those types of collectors already take a lot of risks by collecting commissions in the first place.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, to me, I see it as, for them, I guess it's not that much more of a stretch to, hey, let me pay you to do the same exact thing as I usually do, except this time the only difference is I have no idea who's the person who's actually going to draw me the commission. I mean, for somebody like me who has many reasons why he never really got into commission collecting, to me, that's just another step too far. Like what? I'm going to give you money and I got no idea who's going to do it. And I don't even have a clue as to the quality potential because, as you said, Matt, I've seen some of the names and I've seen, like, well established names. And
Yeah.
I've seen that some of the people that participate are names of, like, and I don't say this as an insult, but like,
Unpublished artist.
yes, like amateur,
Yeah.
meaning not professional,
Mhm.
unpublished. Like, I'm like, and now you got to pay the same price, and you got to get that person to
That's the thing. That's the
you
thing.
know,
It's like if I can get, a piece from who's somebody we talk about all the time. Like, we can just grab from the Filipinos, right? So like,
sure,
there's a handful of those Filipino artists who are like really hot shit right now, and their work is starting to, aggregate into an area, it's starting to appreciate to an area where if you were to hire them for a commission, it would cost a lot more than you're going to pay for that mystery sketch. But there's
okay,
also people who you could commission for less than the cost of that mystery sketch, like a lot less, like $150, not $225. And maybe you get better work sometimes out of those 225 guys because they're trying to compete with the better known people to do a better piece. That occasionally happens.
I know, but Matt, I just have to say, and again, I'm just one guy, right? I'm just one guy, but I gotta say, I just feel like even if you told me the mystery sketch price was $100, I still feel that's a ton of money to spend on like some fucking gamble that I have no clue that I'm getting Joe Schmo Schmuck over there who can't draw to save his life.
Yep.
You know,
and you don't know what size it is.
And that's true. I read about that also. That's right. You don't even know the size. For some, they say it could be an average this size, but some of them like to do it on whatever they like to do it, and it could be this size or that. Yeah, it's like what?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, no.
For me.
And if there's someone who works edge to edge, right? And every piece in your collection, let's say you're not even an 11 by 17 guy when it comes to commissions. Let's say you like 8 by 10s or whatever.
Yeah.
And you get a 9.5 by 11. Doesn't even fit in the book that you have. You're going to buy a whole new book to stick this one piece in. And it's not like you can just cut it back down to size, with a straight edge and like not getting into the artwork surface. Which would, to some people is anathema and completely and totally wrong. But hey, it's your commission. You can do whatever you want with it. It's really, there's a minimum size, but there's not a maximum size. Now, there's also some people work larger than 11 by 17. Some people have ordered an 11 by 17 piece and gotten a 20 by 22 piece or something crazy like that. What am I going to do with that? I mean, that fits in absolutely nothing too. Right. Now, if it's awesome, and that's great. You're going to stick it in a frame maybe, but not everybody frames their pieces, and they may not match the motif of the work that I have on my wall that I already have hanging. So it creates like such a tremendous amount of anxiety for me that I can't do it. And every year I get FOMO because I'll see some of the pieces that got delivered will be incredible. And then I have to remind myself, I'd have never gotten that one. That is not the one that would have arrived on my doorstep, even if that was the character that I had wanted. And I think you're pretty limited to what you can art direct. Like if you want a death sketch, you just have to say death. I can't say, I would like a death sketch that is a tribute to blah, 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 blah. Like, because when I do commissions, I art direct the hell out of them. Like, maybe to the point that it's no longer any fun for the artist. And I apologize if that's the case. But most of the time.
I'm glad you mentioned that because you're right. For a lot of them, they hate it. And they'll still do it because whatever, they need the money. They'll take your money, whatever, but they hate it, so.
And it's going to miss that magic.
Yeah.
So like if they are begrudgingly into it, and I mean, you can get that in the conversation too. Like I usually have many, many conversations with an artist when I'm working through a commission, and I'm like, hey, I have this idea that I think I would really like. What do you think about maybe doing this? Is this something you're into? And they'll either say yes or no. And I've ordered a bunch of commissions. Some I'm willing to sell because I just kind of, I was working on a group of images that were tribute pieces or weren't, and that I'm no longer interested in pursuing that particular collecting motif, which makes it an awesome buy for the next person down the line who didn't have to pay necessarily the commission fee that artist may want now for a commission. And if they love it and it's great to them, then they don't have any worry about whether or not it's going to be exactly what they want, because you mentioned something which is really important, that even with a commission, you are at the mercy of how much effort the person you commission puts into it. And these days, most artists want it all up front. And some artists don't deliver for 2 years. I mean, Larry Stroman is a notorious violator of like fast turnaround. So seeing a decent piece for $100, I was like, oh my God, like this takes all the worry off the table.
Yeah, with Larry Stroman, he's the kind of guy, if you're into commissions, he's the kind of guy, if you like his art and into commissions, you only buy his shit on the secondary market, not you don't become the commissioner, because then you're gonna get a world of trouble.
You'll wait forever. And I mean, how much? I have to assume the person that I bought that page from paid $400 at least.
Right.
at least.
Right.
And I think that maybe they were so embittered by the way it went down and how long they had to wait for it that they just don't want it. I mean, like, I have some pieces in my collection that I have that I think are objectively awesome pieces, but the way I feel about them has changed by my further interactions with those artists, where I'm just like, do I even want anything by this person in my house? You know, like, or maybe not even the artist, but the dealer that I purchased it through. You know, I did a commission from a very well-known South American artist, um, and it was a tribute piece to another very famous artwork. Um, and I inquired about it. I got a price, and then I was like, okay, that price seems okay. I moved forward with the commission, and the idea I gave the rep said, oh, you know what? He's actually just done one of those, so he doesn't do the same piece more than once. I was like,
Right.
okay, let me think of something else, but I still want to do it. So I thought of something else. I did it. I get the piece back. It's awesome. I love it. 2 days later, the rep says, hey, you want the inker to do an inked version of that piece? And I was like, well, how much is it? And it was basically half what I paid for the commission. And I
Mhm.
was like, I'm really not interested in paying that much at all. No, no, thank you. Oh, and I gave my answer like really quickly to him offering me that, like within like maybe an hour or two.
Right. Oh,
And
yeah, yeah.
then the rep confessed that he had actually already given a blue line of my art directed commission to this inker to
Oh, right.
practice on. I'm like, oh, a professional
Right.
inker is practicing on this. That really put a bad taste in my mouth. And I was like, dude, that's uncool. I can't believe you did that. And oh, I didn't think it would be a problem. Like, of course it would be a problem. It's my commission. I can't have, if I don't want this and it's out there, now I've got somebody else who's going to have an inked over version of a blue line of my sketch that I commissioned. So I ended up buying it to take it off the market. So I
Oh,
felt completely blackmailed into purchasing this piece.
yeah.
You know, and blackmail is a strong word, but I definitely felt strong-armed.
No, no,
And
exactly.
that
You felt strong-armed, yeah.
and it really embittered me because I had many conversations with this rep, not only about that commission, that piece, but about the artist and their position in the hobby and how they were kind of going through a hard time. That I think they're being very unfairly criticized for something that I don't believe was an honest criticism and was not taking into consideration some other factors. And then kicker, like a couple, I want to say this was a couple years ago. 6 months ago, I saw that clearly someone else was allowed to commission almost the exact same piece.
Yeah, that's not. I know that.
So I don't want it anymore. I don't want the piece.
It
Like
makes right. It makes what you have feel like you don't like it anymore, right? Because it's like,
right,
well, this is not special anymore. It's not one of a
right.
kind, really, right? Like it's just like what? Yeah, yeah. You're just ruining it. Yeah, he ruined it for you. It's like, yeah, I
And
don't
it
get it.
really it was really discouraging. It because I loved the piece, and now I feel very differently about it. And so I want to sell. I'm going to sell them as a set, but
Right,
then whoever buys it from me might break up that set. And my, so two different people one person may get the awesome pencils, one person may get the awesome inks. And I will say this, I think the inks actually do improve the piece, but it's on two separate pieces of board, and they're even slightly different size boards because cheapo that he was when he sent the scan, he didn't use the same size paper to print on as the other guy had because it was a little bit more expensive probably. And I'm like, the whole experience embittered me. So the next person who gets an opportunity to buy that is going to get a bargain compared to what it would cost them if they were to book that work now. And both of those people's work has basically doubled in price. Now, on the other hand, you got somebody like Bruno Redondo, who mainly works digitally. I'm a massive collector of those monoprints, of those artist-proof monoprints. There's only one of them. They come with the certificate. They're beautifully produced. They're on way better paper than normal comic book board. Like really archival, beautiful stuff. And because I had purchased so much of the monoprints, I was offered the opportunity to do a commission. And I have a beautiful, and he doesn't do his commissions on comic board. He does them smaller. I was able to
right.
do it on comic board. It's a beautiful piece. I'm extremely happy with it. I've freed it up to be used for a cover if they want to use it for a cover, and could not be happier. And I really, really love the rep that I've gone through for using Bruno, who's in Spain. It's actually 2 really great reps in Spain. And I mean, the night and day example of how that commission worked. But I found that buying commissions from people who, for whatever reason, have decided to let go of them is a really good option. You get to, you know what you're going to get. You don't have to worry about that artist not, doing it again usually. Although certainly there are people that are kind of famous for knocking off their most famous and most iconic pieces again and again and again and again. And I don't even mean as tributes. I'm not even talking McFarlane and Spawn and Spider-Man and all that jazz. But Bob Layton. Bob Layton has how many times has Bob done his old Iron Man covers for multiple people?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, the person who owns that original page, granted, Bob probably made nothing on the original page, but subsequently, his rate has gone up and up and up. Now, does that mean that original page is more valuable, or does it mean that instead of paying $50,000 for a demon in a bottle, you can get Bob to knock one off for you for $6,000? I mean, it's a bit of a sticky situation. And I think that is like people who have a problem with monoprints, I think, don't think about the fact that any artist can just knock off their own work because it's a trust issue, right?
Yeah.
And it could be another thing.
Of course. Lance, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. And
Grab a sip of my beverage real quick.
What's up? Oh, you can take a sip of a drink, yeah. Of course, man. Of course. Just wanted to put it back up there. Spaniards. You were talking about Bruno. Spaniards are just cool in general. He's right.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about that because Alberto's a Spaniard. That's why. So, for sure. What's up, Hoarder's Hide? Welcome. Good evening. Moldoff bootlegged himself all the time.
Yeah.
Moldoff needed money all the time. I mean,
yeah, late in his career. I mean, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
No mistaking it for the original.
Yeah. No, that's exactly, Rick says that Bob does 1 per year. Demon
of that
Bob?
particular piece.
Of that particular, is that the policy he comes up with? I'll do it, but only once in a year.
I think Rick is,
okay,
exaggerating it a bit, but
I wouldn't be, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, though. That's yeah. But look, Mark is followed up immediately with Layton only does 1 demon recreation a year. Like it's an actual policy thing. Wow, that's really crazy, man. Okay, that's weird. I thought we were talking about Cal. We are. Relax.
Yeah, I'll say, Alberto, that where this tangent developed is that we're talking about the fact that I think that a lot of people, the mystery sketches I'm not a big fan of, but I'm a huge fan of buying other people's commissions, and that for whatever reason you may fall in or out of love with a commission, especially if you're the person who originated it, that you can have a change in feeling about how you feel about the artwork based on future interactions with the artists or with the reps. And like I say, it's really unfortunate that this particular interaction that I was talking about was with the rep and not the artist that soured me on the artist's work.
Right.
And then that whole thing of, he won't do the same thing again turned out to be bullshit.
Right. Right. And Karen, can you elaborate, Karen? I mean, are you willing to just mention who the artist or what kind of a piece it was?
This was in the CGC boards.
Oh, was it? Okay. There was a piece on a dealer site that was a duplicate, so an actual duplicate of another piece.
Someone actually they got a hold of a prelim and had an inker ink the prelim, and
a lot of people
tried to pass it off as the original.
Okay. Oh.
And then this person had to go back to the artist. It might have even been like Art Adams or somebody of that caliber, and get him to say, no, this is they wrote on the back of it, this is the original. I can't remember. It wasn't Art Adams, but it was someone of note.
Okay. Ilya, I wanted to address your comment, and good evening, by the way. Thanks for dropping in. You don't see anything wrong with Leighton recreating his covers. It's right. I'm curious though. Can I ask you to let us all know? Do you have any issue with the fact that he makes money? And I'm not giving my opinion either way. I just want to know from you if you have any issue with the fact that he does a lot of his cover recreations that are not his own covers. He does a lot of covers that were done by other artists. So do
I
you
would
have any?
rather
And
that.
he's not the only artist who does that. But
Yeah, I would rather he do that.
Sorry?
I would rather he do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
His
Ilya also owns one of those demons with a bottle. He owns one. So, I mean, of course, he's got no problem with it. He owns one.
Well, there you go.
You're not just the hair club president. He's a client, like.
That's funny. So he says also, so he's also saying, I don't think it devalues the original. You know what?
I do.
I guess the jury's still out, but maybe not because, like and this came up on another one of our shows a while back where I said, everybody knows that John Buscema must have pumped out dozens of like Silver Surfer 4, Silver Surfer 1, right?
Yeah.
Before he passed away. And every now and then when they go to auction, you still see it go for 10 grand, 20 grand, 15 grand.
Sure, those are going to appreciate, but how does that affect the original? Will that keep the original at 150 instead of 300,000, 400,000, 500,000?
I don't
know.
so.
I mean, I think that certainly there's going to be the right buyer wants the right thing, right?
I don't think so. I believe firmly that there's nothing like the original, especially if it's a classic cover and it's the original and all those others are just wannabes. And it's just, it's just whatever. The rest of it's, who cares? Whatever. Those who can't afford the original and just want to get something to commemorate whatever, you get your recreations and it's fine. But again, the future will tell us, I guess, but I don't feel at all that it holds back the value of the original. I don't think so. If it's
but I think it is
about classic covers,
right?
If we're talking about classic covers for sure. See, one thing that I don't like is when contemporary artists recreate contemporary work, like literally a cover they may have drawn in the last 2 years, let's say. That happens, and I'm like, what? Like, because let's say your covers sell for, I don't know, just for argument's sake, $750, right? Brand new. Okay, and now I bought yours, and now 2 years have gone by, and I'm still looking through my portfolios, and I'm enjoying your modern day cover. It's a 2-year-old cover now that I paid $750 for, and then I go on CAF and I see some guy just posted today the exact looking. Not only does it appear to be line for line exact to the one I have,
right?
But because the one I have is contemporary, and the recreation is only done 2 years later, it's done on the same fucking board. The same official DC or Marvel board that was used for the. How the hell are you going to tell?
Now imagine this. Ruben. Now someone buys that recreated cover, and then gets signed by the writer, in addition to the artist.
Right.
Is theirs worth more than yours is now? That's a weird thing. And so, I knew this was going to come up because I said it. But hey, Tom, Hoarder's Hide wrote something to the effect of, I'd take a recreation over a photocopy. I mean, a monoprint any day of the week. Well, a photocopy and a monoprint are two very different things. I mean, they are inherently. Rick, by the way, if you don't know that, then that's a problem, and you need to learn some shit. But the other thing is that digital artists don't have original pencils, so they don't exist. So the idea of a recreation of prior published work being better than the only physical edition of a digitally created work, that's different. And I get why people want to have original art that is, analog created, touched by a pencil and ink by the same person. I totally get that. That was my bread and butter for 2 decades. But why I do like Redondo's monoprints is because I can't get those published pages any other way. And I love that run.
I just wanted to say before we let go of the whole Leighton thing, because Mike said he had one. What I kind of find fun is when I find there's more fun in reinterpretations. So when somebody takes, let's say, the layout of the Demon in a Bottle cover, another famous artist, or maybe not so famous, whatever, but some other artist, and you just tell, you like their style, and maybe they switch up the character. So it's not.
That's my favorite thing in the world.
Yeah,
that is my favorite thing in the world, because that makes it unique.
Yes, that makes it so much different, and it comes from your own whatever idea that came to mind, and it's like it can be really unique, and it makes it. I find that fun, whereas I find standard recreations like they're a little boring because it's not the original. They're fun at first, and I've had some, so that's why I can speak to this. Mm-hmm. They're fun at first, and then in the end, as you see how many other people have them, I don't know. It just kind of like, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. What for me, they eventually lose their luster because I know
as more and more people start to latch onto it. Yeah, and I mean, which is exactly the same principle we're talking about. The same guy drawing the same thing again and again and again and again. Is that I think that it makes it less special. Each one is less special than the one before it.
Ilya says he only has the bottle. Ilya.
That would be special. It's the absent figure. Oh, you see the hand, like he's already fallen off the bar. So you only get the hand. But yeah, and I mean, and again, I think I don't see there being that much of a difference, honestly. If someone is recreating the same exact page, I don't understand why that would be better than a unique monoprint. Like, but again, I mean, if it's a monoprint of a person whose work is physical, that's weird. Like I wouldn't be a fan of that. That to me that would be just a print, not a I mean, even if there was only one of them, it's less special somehow, because there would be another version of it. There would be a physical version of it, and then there would be that monoprint. So that would make it less. But I mean, I'm not going to convince anybody who doesn't agree with that. And I mean, and everybody has a right to not like what they don't like or not want to collect what they don't want to collect. I think that there's a little bit of hypocrisy there.
Sure. I got you. Ilya's answering, says he doesn't have an issue with him recreating other people's covers. It's better than other artists who just mechanically copy and ink covers. Okay. I
mean, there are inkers who do like blue lines of famous things. I actually have one of those. I have but it was used on I was really enjoying this podcast of an inker who did a whole show on inking different famous people's pencils, and he did Mazzucchelli, and he did the there's a great panel that's the top. It's not a DPS, but it's the top of a panel, and he did it like a DPS. And I really enjoyed the podcast, so I bought the piece. Okay. But it's clearly, this inker after, Mazzucchelli. And but since blue lines are so easy to create these days, that can be an issue if people just don't know. I mean, the other problem is, like someone said about the Arthur Adams Miracle Man cover, that Joe Rubinstein will ink, prelim, and it will look professional. I mean, it will look like a finished piece, and that can cause some really big problems too.
Yeah. I know there. Over the years, I've seen quite a few collectors who purposely take prelims to covers, or I guess slightly less egregious, if you will, when they take a preliminary sketch that an artist, let's say, was going to start working on, but then so it's just a really rough outline of the body, right? Scored a stick figure-ish mostly.
Yeah.
And then they thought, you know what? I'm not liking this, whatever. Let me pick a new piece of paper. I'll start again. But that that simple little sketch kind of, it got out there, right? They either sold it or gave it to somebody. And people will, collectors will take that simple little thing, and then they go to Rubenstein or whatever inker is of their preference, whoever's cheap. Hey, yeah, you think you could work off of this little prelim and finish it, right? And then they try to put it up for sale again, never mentioning that the pencils were not pencils. It was just a 20 lines, 20 quick sketched off random lines, right? Like, yeah. And they try to make it sound like it's this penciler and this inker, like they both, like the penciler had actually done full pencils or something,
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, man, that's.
It's funny. I just posted this not long ago. I was at a convention in Boston in the 80s, and Arthur Adams was on one side of me. The Turtles guys were across from me, and Larry Welts was on the other side of me. And some kid came over to Larry Welts and just loved Larry Welts, and was saying about how he really loved the layout. Yes, and he loved the dynamic layout. And so I had my sketch pad with me, and it was like resting against my table, so you could see it if you were like sitting next to me. And Larry's like, oh, can I grab one of the pages for your sketchbook? I was like, yeah, just grab it. So I was talking to Kevin and Pete and a little bit to Arthur, and after a while, I don't know how much time had passed, like maybe 45 minutes or something. And Larry came back over. He's like, oh, here, thanks. And he just handed me back my sketchbook. So I just put it back down, beneath the table. And when I got home, I realized that he had left this prelim inside my notebook. And it wasn't a great prelim, but It was in the style of one of my favorite Cherry Pop Chart images. And so I took out my inks, and I was like, I'm going to use this to test my inking skills. So I inked over Larry, and I got to show it to him a month ago. He was here in Las Vegas. So 40 years ago, basically, almost 40 years ago, so like 38 years ago, I had inked this piece and brought it to him, and he looked at it. He was like, son of a gun. He's like, you did a really good job with this. And I told him the story. He was like, oh, the Turtles guys. I remember that convention in Boston. He's like, was it in Providence? I was like, no, it was in Boston. He's like, oh, yeah. And so I was like, would you sign the piece, and finish our collaboration? So Larry signed it. Now, if I don't put copious notes in the back of that piece and I die and someone finds this, how much of that is Larry and how much of that is me, no one will ever know, because there's no photograph of the preliminary drawing that he did. Now, if you're familiar with Larry's prelims, I mean, they're fairly detailed, but this one was really, really loose, and I turned it into something, and I made it slightly different from the original, actually quite different, but it's a similar pose. But that will become an issue for somebody, when I'm dead, that this piece will be out in the ether, and I mean, it is a collaboration, and he signed it in fountain pen, which is what I use to ink with. So it matches, which is even weirder. But that could be an issue. Like I'm very clear about, if people find my description of that page online, it tells you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But someone may not double check, later on, and that becomes a problem.
Exactly. I just wanted to say, in reference to the 2 comments I just put up by Tom McDonald. Hey, Tom. That in Chicago a few weeks ago, Cully Hamner told him, no, I don't want to color the original art for his American flag homage that he did for the Baltimore Comic Con yearbook that we had shown on the show and tell that I did with Tom several weeks back. And he says here, he pulled out a copy of it and again said, no, I already colored it once. It wasn't very nice. It's for sale today on CAF. That sucks. I gotta admit, like, I know when these experiences how they can turn you off to the piece of art itself, right? It's not just sometimes the artist.
Yeah.
But it makes you really dislike the art, because when you look at it, you can't help but remember the bad feeling you got from the interaction, and it's just
Yeah.
a reminder of that from that point forward, right? And it's like, okay, I got to get rid of this piece now because, yeah. Sorry to hear that, Tom. That sucks, man.
I mean, I had a kind of odd interaction with Chris Claremont, back in 1986 in an elevator at BossCon, where I thought he was being kind of a dick. And looking back, I don't think he actually was. I think it was
You being a
he just
kid?
I was being a kid, and he had a particular sense of humor, and it was lost on me. But what came first, the NFT? Monoprints have been around for years, so way before the NFTs. A lot of intaglios are monos as well, like monorails. I like turtles.
I don't know what that is.
This famous video of some kid in zombie makeup being interviewed by a newscaster, and she's like trying to get him to answer. And he just says, "I like turtles."
Oh, because you did that once to me, and it ended up being some reference to a local show in California.
No, it was in Australia. Someone brought it up in the chat already.
Oh yeah,
Pot of gold, pot luck.
oh, that was when David brought that up, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, oh, he also had a cooking show. I'm like, yeah, he was actually the food critic for the, I think, a Brisbane newspaper, but he was in Queensland when he was on TV and like this local access television show. Well, I guess it would have been local television, not access cable, but wonderful stuff.
Excellent. Good evening, George Hodge. Happy to see you. Hey, stepping in. So that's why I sold my Trimpy Wolverine illustrations year ago. I found out that he had a few stock poses, including the famous pose from Hulk 181 cover that he would lightbox and ink. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I mean, the
Yeah.
Lightbox is the predecessor, of course, of the Blue Line. And a lot of people would lightbox stuff. Now, a lot of digital artists actually create their work digitally, and then they lightbox their own prelims that they do digitally as final inked pages. And I think that's a really interesting way of doing that. That allows them to
Right.
do all their layout and storytelling mechanics digitally, and then complete the work analog, as an inker. I mean, this is what I'm saying, Marcus. This is the whole thing. It's like, that I think the person who bought it first, the specialness of the piece is continuously lessened every single time another version of it goes out by the same artist. And sure, if you just like that piece and you want it and you knew you could never afford the original, then it's a great deal for you.
Larry should
He
have
gave
you.
it back to me. I didn't take it. He handed it back to me. But yes, I did graffiti it. And that is absolutely true. But he signed it. So he approved of it later in life. I would have shown it to him earlier. I just never bumped into him again in 38 years.
Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, man, that's like almost 4 decades. Oh my God, like,
Yeah.
holy shit, that's a long time.
Now, Ilya mentioned master copies. So master copies are, student.
No, he said comic artists versus the master painters. Copies have always been made of famous paintings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Not by the person who did it. Rembrandt isn't knocking off Rembrandts.
Right. Yeah.
Caravaggio is not knocking off Caravaggios.
Right. You got a prelim piece by Angel Medina, inked by Almond. Bob did a good job retaining.
Angel's original pencils.
Wait a second. The prelim is by Medina. So you've got the prelim inked already by Bob Almond? I don't know what. And you're okay. So Bob Almond did a good job of retaining the because he finished a prelim, is what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Michael.
I don't have a problem with prelims being finished when they're a version that wasn't published. If it's slightly different, because I mean the reason why most prelims exist is because they're different, that they're not the same, so they're not what was published. Jock would do a bunch of versions of the same thing and then submit them to DC, and they would pick one. So are his pieces prelims, or are they alternate versions of the cover? I mean, like, they're usually of such a a degree of finish, and they look exactly like the finished work. Some of Sean Murphy's stuff is his prelims are so strong that they look like other people's finished pages. I haven't inked anything in a long time. Like when I was in high school, I wanted to be a professional comic artist, and so I haven't inked anybody else's work probably since then.
You see, this went off the rails, and we're no longer talking about CAF Live.
It's still all about CAF Live because there are so many of these recreations available in the show, and it's also a great place for buying other people's commissions that they no longer want cheaper than you could buy a new commission from that same artist. So that's one of the great things about CAF Live is that people are unloading stuff that you might love. Like there's a beautiful recycling that happens when if I've commissioned somebody for something and maybe I get into an argument with them about this, that, or I get a piece that they colored it and I didn't want it colored, and you're like, well,
Yeah.
this exists. So again, you want to take it off the market, or there's two out there. And I may hang on to it for a little while, or I may decide that it doesn't fit with the direction that my collection is going in. Well, now I can put that out there for cheaper than you could get it, by yourself. So yeah, it's an upgrade opportunity. I mean, it's just a cheaper way to collect stuff. I've got that Ryan Otley Wolverine tribute to the Daredevil cover with the gun.
Oh yeah.
No More Mr. Nice Guy. I picked it up on eBay for like, I think like $300. I was shocked. I'm like, that's a commission I would have paid him to do. And it would have cost me at this point in time, probably $1,200, $1,500.
So you got a great deal.
Kind of an amazing deal. Yeah.
Yeah. Rick says that
here's another. So just to put the nail in the coffin of the prelude.
Yeah.
I have a page from Filth by oh my gosh, what's his name? Who did the Filth?
Good night, Karen. Thank you for dropping in for a bit. Thanks, and happy Mother's Day again.
Yes, happy Mother's Day, Karen. The Grant Morrison graphic novel, The Filth. And so the artist had done a version of this piece that they knew was going to be used as promotional art for the series. And so he did it and gave it to them. And then when it came time to put that into the story, he decided that it wasn't what he wanted it to be. And he redrew it almost exactly the same, but it's slightly different. It's like very slightly different. Positioning is the same. I'm thinking he probably liked Chris Weston. And I'm thinking he probably liked portions of it. But it's a beautiful piece. And it was actually published in like preview guides, but it's not the version that appears in the comic. And so that's a very interesting, and it's a completed thing. So is it a prelim or is it promotional art? So, I mean, in those cases, I would say because it was used as promotional art, it's promotional art. But if it hadn't been used as promo art, it would technically be a prelim or an alternate art page.
Right.
I see stuff with bad descriptions all the time on CAF.
No, yeah. That's a whole other story. Yeah. So I wanted to get to a comment about, so Rick said he bought a 76 Frank Thorne Red Sonja pencil cover prelim on CAF yesterday. Should I have Rubenstein ink?
Yes.
No, you should definitely never do that, Rick. And I know you're not serious, but yeah.
Well, was Rubenstein Thorne's inker?
No. When? Never. No. Thorne always was a penciler inker, anyways.
Did he ink his own stuff? Always?
Yeah.
I mean, there's I know that like even Bernie Wrightson inked Frank Thorne at one point.
I think you might.
It's a weird marriage. It's like there's some odd stuff like that out there.
No, Wrightson inked Sal Buscema a couple of times. I know that happened, but I don't know about Thorne.
I think he inked Thorne for a couple of pieces, or maybe a couple of issues or something.
Okay, I don't know. Whatever, but good night, honey. Good night.
Yeah, I guess it would depend. Like if you could get somebody. Good night, Vivian. Happy Mother's Day.
Matt says good night. Happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, it depends. Like if you can get if the penciler is dead and you can get his inker to ink it. I mean, and again, those prelims aren't the same as the published covers. They're different. So I don't see a problem with that. And the inker's going to sign it anyways. So, I mean, you're going to know that Frank's signature is going to probably be on there someplace. And then you have the new inker signature. It becomes a new piece. And I think it elevates the piece if it's a good job of inking it.
Yeah.
But some people are purists and they just want the prelims to stay prelims. I completely understand that too.
Right. Ilya mentioned, and I don't have the answer. We don't really have the answer to this. Did CAF Live do as well as previous years? I mean, I guess Bill will tell you that, yes or no. And I don't know what you mean by that, Ilya. I thought the 4% of missions was slow.
I don't know what that means either.
I don't know what that means, yeah. So maybe clear that up for us, Ilya. And then he said, I didn't look at Sunday's numbers. Yeah, so I don't know. Clear that up if you can, and we'll get to that. But, oh, hold on. I think 4% off listed items. Oh, 4%
of listed items.
Well, it's always going to be a very tiny, minute percentage. Absolutely. It's always.
That seems smaller than usual.
Yeah. From what I remember, it's always something like
12.
200 and something, or in the low 300 range of pieces, total pieces sold.
Yeah.
You know,
so between 8 and 12%.
Somewhere in that kind of range or whatever. Yeah. You know, so I think it's probably, I'm assuming it's going to be similar to previous years or editions. I mean, of the con.
It seemed to be slow though. I didn't see a lot of pieces being marked sold. Not from Saturday. Again, I haven't checked on Sunday yet either. And actually, I should probably see if I've gotten any messages on any pieces at this point either. Nope.
90% marked on hold. What do you mean? I don't think. Yeah, I wish. What's up, Carlos? What's up? Good evening to you, man. 4% marked sold. Yeah. Well, that's kind of like probably an accurate number. Ilya even says he thought it felt slow.
It did.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, Mike shares that 100% of the pieces that he bought were sold.
Piece.
Of the piece
piece. One.
So Tom shares that Bill said that tonight about 400 pieces sold. Okay, that sounds like a lot to me. So that would be that sounds like it would be more than usual from what I remember. I could be
about 8%. So that's on the low end of the usual.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I mean,
let's see.
400 divided by 6,000 equals 6.6%.
That is low.
Okay. I don't know what to say then. Okay. 6%. April is a slow month, but thank God we're May because
yeah. Well, also April, people should be getting back their tax money.
November. Yeah, right.
And they should be getting it around now, like within 2 or 3 weeks of the end, the middle of the month. So they would have gotten their refunds a week and a half ago.
Okay. Interesting. Cab is back. Hello, Cab. Says that most of the pieces he noticed sold were probably lower end.
So there you go.
But that actually he didn't notice. He's just saying probably. So he's assuming. But I have to admit that is true because whenever I've listed them all in order of price and I go through them, that's what I kind of notice is that the bulk of the stuff is like 1,000 and below.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. But that makes sense, right? Like if you take all the people in the hobby and you try to figure out, well, what would be the price level for art that the largest group of people in the hobby can afford? It would be somewhere down in that range, right? 1,000 and less,
Yeah.
So that totally makes sense that most of the pieces that are going to sell are going to be lower priced pieces. I don't think that's a sign in any way that, things are slow. Things would be maybe a sign of being slow if you were talking about the total amount of pieces being lower than previous CAF cons, you know?
An interesting metric to see, and this is something that that would be easy for CAF to do on their end, is what was the total of all prices advertised and what's the total of the prices that sold? And are you going to be even beyond a percent? Are you going to be somewhere around, 0.00 something of a percent of what the actual
So
marked prices were?
So what are you insinuating, though? That sounds like you're insinuating things that are marked sold for the most part sell for what they're listed at.
Assuming that's the case, sure. So we'll give the benefit of the doubt that what they're marked at is what they sell at. But what the
Right.
metric we have is 4% of the total pieces, or
Okay.
6.6% of the total
Yeah.
pieces sold. But that doesn't tell us like what percentage of pricing was. So
Okay.
like if every piece that sold was $50, who cares?
Yeah.
You need a couple of different metrics to see how successful a show is. If we had 6,000 pieces and the total sales were X amount, then you can calculate what the average price per sale was on the total number of pieces sold divided by the amount of pieces sold,
Mhm.
knowing how many there were. That we don't know yet, and I don't know if that's a metric that Bill will share.
Right.
I mean, honestly, if you're getting tax money back, you're not filing your taxes correctly. But yes, a lot of people do get tax money back.
Yeah, or your employer takes too much off at the source.
Which you're in control of.
Yeah, but most people don't. Most people don't think about that or bother with it or whatever, which is why it happens, right?
Yeah.
Rick tells us, Rick, who is not a seller, he went there buying and he bought 5 pieces. Nothing over 6, so 650. There you go, right? So that's interesting.
Rick buys 5 pieces on a Wednesday night on Comic Con Live. I love that, man. I'm like, anytime I'm like, I feel like I'm ready to hit my buzzer, and he just must be closer to the source code that he can get in there and claim stuff so quickly. But that's great.
Yeah.
I'm glad that he found 5 pieces. And
that's,
I mean,
yeah,
like I said, I saw some really interesting stuff in that $200 to $1,000
right.
range. And
Right.
and a couple of real bargains. A couple of pieces that if I did consider myself in a buying kind of form, that I might have bought some more pieces, because I did think there was some very well priced stuff. Did any Grummet sell? Grummet stuff's going for big cash all of a sudden. It's so weird.
I don't know, but Carlos, there was whatever 6 or 7 pieces or whatever total, and it was all kind of crap stuff I didn't care about. So I have no idea if it sold or not. No idea, my friend. I have already leveraged my refund and then some. Of course you have. A lot of people do. Yes, these were also more reasonably priced. Which were there? Oh, some were very reasonably priced. Okay, because a lot of people tonight have commented, or at least several people have commented that, including Comic Art Boston earlier in the show, that things were like very optimistic on prices or whatever. But is that really
at the high end?
Okay, but again, compared to the total amount of pieces, isn't that just, those pieces are mainly exceptions, not the rule? I didn't find that the prices were extraordinarily optimistic on the higher end across the board.
No, not. I agree. I don't think across the board they were.
more than usual.
I think that there was a lot of competitively priced pieces. I mean, just looking at my booth, I'll use my booth as an example, and so take it all with a grain of salt. And yes, this is absolutely self-interest. But I had a Sean Gordon Murphy splash page prelim from Batman White Knight for $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't get them that cheap from him.
But I gotta say, you mentioned that last time when you were here with me. And I remember thinking, really? Because that, to me, like, I'm not a big follower of his, okay, I'll admit, right? So I'm not on top of the prices very well. But I remember at the time telling you, like, really? Like, I'm pretty sure you could still get panel pages from him that don't have obviously Batman, but whatever other characters, assorted background, supporting characters for like 1,500. Can't you?
Maybe, but I mean that's an apple and an orange.
Is it
I mean,
really?
like that's like saying, well, it's just a damn shame I can't get any whiskey for $10, but you can get a bottle of water that someone peed in. I mean, like, they're just not the same thing. I mean, like a splash page with Batman and with the Joker and Harley Quinn and a Batman image on it.
The piece you have is a splash page?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And it's only marked. I might even have it at 1,200. It's cheap for what it is. There's a couple pages that I have at value, so they're not bargains, but they're what they cost. And I've got other stuff that I marked way down. I have a JW or what's his name, a Williams page, a Batman splash page for like $750.
Okay.
I mean, J.H. Williams splash page is generally a hell of a lot more than that. So I mean, it's not that there wasn't, and I think there's a lot of examples at other people's booths like that. But it seems like the appetite is in that $200 to $400 range mostly. Some people going a little bit higher if the price is really right. There was a page I saw that, but on the other hand, I did see that some of the art reps were advertising something for some Brazilian charity they're trying to raise money for, and the prices on the stuff is insane. I mean, like, there's an artist commission that I'm familiar with this artist's art. I know how much her stuff sells for, and the idea that anybody's paying her $1,000 for a commission is insane. It's just not happening. It's not happening at half that much. That's not what her commission prices are.
No, but so you're saying somebody is saying that her stuff sells for $1,000?
No, it was advertised. Like, I saw this. This was advertised
by her or her rep or something.
Her.
Oh, she's trying to ask $1,000,
but through Chiaroscuro, who reps her.
To
raise money for some Brazilian charity, and it's kind of like, well, I get you can try and ask a little bit more for a charity, but I mean, honestly, what you're usually doing when you're donating to a charity is you're offering something at its value, and someone buys it because it's going to a good cause. Whereas in this case, it's significantly higher than what her standard pricing is.
Okay.
And I've seen a lot of that this week about that. There's also someone was trying to auction off a half-hour Arthur Adams commission, and I saw that earlier today that it was still pretty low. I'm sure it got to where it needs to get, but it was at like $175 for a really long time, because what does half an hour mean? Like, I mean, I don't know how much time he puts into his work. I know he hardly ever works, so he's not fast. So that's a hard metric to use to price something.
I want to say to Tom here, Tom, I don't want to get into this because it's going to veer us away from the CAF CON talk, and I don't want to do that again. But I'll just quickly say that I don't agree, but I'm not 100% positive I'm understanding. I think I understand. You're saying there's pieces that are coming in upcoming auctions soon, you feel are going to sell or finish at great prices because Heroes is almost around the corner, a month away. If that's what you mean, I absolutely don't agree. I think the days of like, that hasn't happened, I think, since the hobby was so much smaller, I don't know, 20 years ago or something, where when we, like, even when I was like a convention goer, a regular convention goer, and it'd be like, some stuff would be on auction, and be like, yeah, but I'm already getting my trip booked to San Diego or New York or wherever, right? I'm already going. I have to have money for those trips, so I can't blow it all on the auctions, because then what am I going to go on the trip for I don't want to go empty-handed, right? So that used to be the case, but I don't think that really for most people happens anymore. Now I would think the reverse. It's like There's so much art at auction now. Just Heritage alone, the sheer amounts, the volume of art that they pull into every auction, most of it that's never been seen before, means that I think people go to cons less because there's just so much they can bid on and buy online without leaving the comfort of their own homes.
That's a good point.
You know,
like if you know that the reps are popping this stuff up online, what's even left at the convention? I mean, the only upside for buying stuff at the conventions is if they've got a couple of issues that have been printed that haven't been scanned and put on the website yet, which I'm sure happens with every dealer. So you're going to have like a 3-month backlog probably, right? Because they approve them they quarterly. Marvel will be like, okay, this is going to print. You can sell this. So there's that. So if you're buying contemporary art, contemporary published comic art, then that's great. What's worth buying in contemporary comics right now? I mean, like, not to be, too precious about it, but I don't see a lot of, comic art on the current newsstands that I want to own. And the stuff that is going through people like Felix, where he's just going to do a drop, and even, Mark Hay, who's got some really great artists, he pops it up as soon as he gets it in. Like, there's not really a holdback of what's going to be there and what's not. So the only reason to go to a convention is to buy a sketch at someone's table. Like that some artist is going to have a sketchbook of stuff that they've got ready and priced that they've been working on to do. Maybe they're not aware of CAF, or maybe, they're not necessarily in the comic world, but they're like known by people who collect comic art. So they'll be at the table, so you can get stuff that way. That's a good reason, if you're an art collector, to go to those shows. But is it worth the flight? Is it worth the hotel room? Is it worth paying a fortune for food in the convention center to do that? Like, once you add all those factors into it, why aren't you just calling them up and commissioning them and having them mail it to you? I mean, there's that aspect to it. It's been a long time since I've been to a convention and I saw something at a table that I hadn't already seen online or on CAF.
Yeah. Jason, I just wanted to say to your comment that you saw several pages at CAF CON that were recently sold off of auction sites. So I guess they were bought to be flipped, or there was buyer's remorse. It's a bit of both, and that's nothing new. That's always been the case. That always happens. So
I have 2 pieces in my booth that I picked up at an auction this year.
Yeah.
That I got them. I bought them because they were so damn cheap. I couldn't say no to them.
Yeah.
And I'm
like,
I'll just pop them up. I can keep them or not keep them. I don't care, but I can still price them fairly because they went for way less than they should have. And that brings up what you were talking about, Ruben, which is that there are so many comic art auctions. There's one every Wednesday at Heritage, basically, right?
Yeah. And they're pretty good, by the way. And they're pretty good. Can I just say that? They're pretty good. It's not like, oh, those are the weekly ones, so they're crap. Like, if you're a $70,000 Marvel cover guy, then yeah, you probably think those weekly auctions for the most part are crap.
Right.
But for the vast majority of collectors in the hobby, those auctions, they have really good stuff every week.
And it goes cheap. I find most of it goes really, really cheap, or it doesn't go for what you would see Mike or Anthony price it. And I don't think Anthony's prices are bad. I mean, I think Berkey's prices can get crazy, but like if he had some of those pieces, he doesn't care if he sells stuff or not. I mean, that's the kind of thing about Berkey, right? It's like, it's priced what it's priced. I don't care if I move it. I don't really care if I keep it, but that's the price I want for it. And he tends to be pretty rigid. And I'm not talking about OAX, by the way. I'm talking about comic book conventions where a lot of comic art dealers set up. OAX is in a class by itself, in that you're not just talking about having artists who are going to come and bring their portfolio work, some of whom have never offered their work out for sale, maybe not even have reps, that the only way you can get their work is by finding a way to communicate with them directly, which is excessively hard. And you've also got us, your fellow collectors, who are bringing their books to sell stuff out of their books, and not all of whom have a mechanic for selling them on the CAF website. So, that's a whole different story than San Diego or New York City Comic Con or you name it. And I think of the other shows that are really worthwhile, I think Lake Como is a very worthwhile convention, because if you're someone who collects sketches, you can get very, very cheap sketches from people that you will never have access to in the United States.
Thank you, Matt. I want to quickly address this question. I don't want to skip over it from Tom, but I don't want to get into it because we don't really have, again, it's going to derail us. He just basically asks if does anybody think that CAF CON should have a trade? We already talked about the on hold versus sold. Should they have a trade option?
I don't know how you enforce that. I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, my quick, like, what are you going to do? Like, I don't know. That should, Tom, from my opinion, like, if you're willing to trade,
put it in the description.
Seller with a booth, you should just write willing to trade in somewhere where it's visible, so people know right away that you're willing to trade. That's it, and that's all I would do. And I don't think it's anything that as a website you need to implement as some kind of a feature or whatever. Also wanted to tackle really quickly. Also, don't want to get into the weeds on this. Tom says, out of 6,000 pieces listed, there has to be a percentage of sales that will be private in cash. I mean, what does that mean though? Like private in cash, 6,000 pieces on a virtual con. I mean, if you mean like, hey, how about I'll give you this and I'll meet you at Heroes Con next month and I'll pay you in cash. I mean, I guess that can happen.
Sure.
But who cares? What's the point though? Like a lot of people, I'm sure very few people are doing that. You know what I mean? Like that represents a tiny portion of the transactions. So
yeah.
Yeah. And Marcus, I sorry, I just wanted to clarify, unless of course my Marcus interpreter Matt here can figure it out. You're saying you found the $1,500 piece and was denied.
He's saying that the piece that you saw that should have been $15,000 that was marked $1,500. He's saying that he found it and they wouldn't sell it to him for $1,500.
Oh, you tried. Oh, Michael Lovitz. Yeah, no, yeah.
I'm the Marcus Whisperer.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. You're awesome. I'm telling you, man. But I know I was lost on that one because I was like, well, why did that come up again? I don't know. It must have been something you said or something. I don't know. Hi, Joe. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Good evening, my friend. Okay. You know what? Look, Ilya. I don't know. I didn't look at what piece it was. I saw the price without even looking up at the actual thumbnail, whatever. Because again, I don't play in that ballpark, so I don't give a shit. My feeling is just that. It's just that, like, why complain? Like, let's say for the sake of argument, even if you felt you saw that and you felt that the true value was, I don't know, let's say 500,000 or 450. Okay, but if you can't remotely afford it, you're never going to be playing in that ballpark. Why do you care? Like, I'm just like
fantasy baseball.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't, because you know what? There was a time when I did care, like you, Ilya, where that's kind of stuff would bother me because I would follow all the prices, no matter what value. But then I learned eventually to just let go of the stuff that doesn't apply to me. It's not going to change my life in any way. It's not going to affect me. I let it go because I found that it was affecting my enjoyment of the hobby. Yeah. A lot of my frustration, I would think like, why am I always frustrated lately? And I'm like, what do I get frustrated about? I'm like, yeah, the prices. And then I'm like, yeah, but often it's prices of shit that I can't afford and would never spend anyway. So it's just wasted energy, really, Yeah. So that's it. That's all I want to say about that. Carl, have a good one, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it as always. Oh, that was 15 minutes ago. Sorry. Oh, well. Sorry, bud. No $1 million pieces. Good. Yeah. And mahalo as always. Urban still can't believe it. Of course, yeah, I'm 15 minutes behind here on comments. I'm bidding on like 8 pieces coming up, and we'll try to win 4 of them. Okay, that's good. There you go. That's good, Tom. Ball and cover prelims can go for $5,000. Man, I remember the days when they were just a few hundred.
Yeah, that's a while back.
Yeah, the Frazetta.
Now, Ruben.
Was that?
We're showing our age now.
Okay, well, yeah, people know it. We've mentioned it, right? So it's not like
Someone
it's
had there's a full page from Camelot 3000 in the con today.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember how much it was priced, but it was surprisingly cheap to me of what I thought that might go for. It was a panel page, but I mean, that's, pre-Vertigo, amazing, like incredible
Yeah.
series.
Yeah. Tom, again, you're saying 2 pieces didn't sell this weekend. One is 15K, the other one 6.5K. If you can strike a deal, you'll buy them at Heroes. Okay, great. I don't get why you're bringing this up. I don't get what the point you're trying to make is. That's all I'm trying to get you to tell me what the point of saying that is. That's good for you if you can strike a deal. Yeah. So okay, so far back
He
there
likes
we've
a
got
bargain. That's what he's saying. He likes a bargain.
he likes a bargain, right? Cash, money.
I mean, it's
talk.
great that he's in the ballpark for a $15,000 and $6,500 piece. I mean, a lot of people aren't. So life is good for him. That's great. I love it.
Yeah. Jewish Dragons had said earlier, if you meant
I don't want to say who I was talking about.
Everly, okay. It went for 3,200. Like movie royalty stuff, 4 times higher that I own of. Yeah, you said it many times. Will be fun to see how the Manic Sketch Card fundraiser for Zyla goes. Yeah. He's a popular guy now, so hopefully well. Tom, again, there's other pieces I like in the auction, so I'm good not buying anything at Cal. Heroes will have items I want as well, is what you meant to say. Okay, well, enjoy Heroes. What's that, Matt?
Is that the one in Florida?
Heroes does that. It's a North Carolina, Charlotte.
Oh,
yeah, Charlotte, North Carolina. But I thought Heroes was in May. Wasn't it May? I thought it was usually in May or something. But anyways. CAF Live is over. We outlasted them. Oh, that's true. It goes till 10 now. I thought it used to go till 8 or something, didn't it? And maybe they stretched the hours.
Does he usually have the CAF wrap-up show where people hop on to offer?
Yeah. But I guess he does. He starts doing that before it actually ends.
Oh.
Like during the last 2 hours of the show, I think something like that.
Right.
Hey Dan, what's up, man? Good to see you. You do see dealer large collectors dump volume to raise cash ahead of signature auctions to grab the choice pieces they want. Yep. Happy Mother's Day. Yep. Likewise to you, your mom, and everybody else who's a mom that you know. Okay, let me catch up quick here. Sorry, I got to skip a few comments, people. There are dealers that do not have websites. See, that's weird. Like, how do you? That's true. Actually, Fred Chamberlain. Get yourself a website, my friend. Fred's a good guy, reps some pretty good artists. Yeah, you get a website.
I mean, but if you're an artist, why are you with that rep?
Right.
Why are you with a rep that doesn't have a website presence? Because he's missing the largest pool of buyers.
Yeah. I wish Fred was here he's sometimes here, but not often. I wish he was here to kind of tell us what his thinking is behind that,
Yeah.
OAX brought in George Pratt, who
kind of hides his art.
Okay.
I mean, you remember back in the day, there was like that one rep that handled George and Kent Williams.
Yes. I forget his name, but yeah, I know who you're talking.
Wasn't it John J. Muth's brother? He had like a hook for a hand.
Was it?
Yeah, you remember that?
Was it his brother?
I thought it was his brother.
Oh man, I don't remember.
That table was paradise. I mean, this is before Century Guild kind of scooped up all those guys.
Okay.
But back in the day, and now Century Guild's kind of a different animal. But
going to cons
there in spirit, so it's worthwhile,
Yeah. It's only worth it if we're there. Right?
What would Rubén do?
I appreciate that. I'll return to a con one day, someday. I don't know which one and when and where, whatever. But
I do want to go to OAX next year because I think they will have worked out some of the bugs from this year.
I was thinking about that. Like I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth like a couple of nights ago, whatever. For some reason, I was thinking, about like cons and stuff, and I kind of thought about it. And I got to tell you, I thought back to the discussion we had. The last time I brought this up on, somebody brought it up on the show, me not going to cons and stuff, and should I go to OAX or not, whatever. And I got to tell you, the more I thought about it, because my reply last time was like, the more that at that time, the more I thought about it was like, I don't know. There was a time when I was more hardcore looking for shit to buy constantly.
Yeah.
Yes, a dedicated all art convention, nothing else would have been my thing. You know, I had that idea. It came to mind. I was like, I wish I could go to a con where there's no comics and it's just art, you know? And that would have been great. But the more I think about it now, my answer's still the same. I think if I eventually go back to a con, I don't think it would be that one because I'm not looking really for art. Like, if it crosses my path online and it's what I'm looking for, you know, the stuff I focus on, right? Forget the squirrels. I want to avoid squirrels, right?
Yeah.
So if it's that Grummet stuff, there's enough Grummet stuff that keeps showing up online. So I keep having to blow the money, and it's taking up enough of my cash, right?
I want it for the Europeans that they might bring in.
That's different. That's different.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. There's sometimes that you're like, ooh, but wait a second, you know, certain little
I'm trying to
factors.
work something out with Mark Buckingham too, and for whatever reason, he doesn't like to mail stuff. He likes to do a handoff. And so if I can come to terms on what we've been discussing, then that would be a great place for me to be able to do it. I have family in Florida, but I mean, it's also like there's a lot of guys that are here in the chat that I'd like to hang out with. You know, that I think it would just be fun to hang with.
Of course. I mean, like, I've said that a million times. Like,
Yeah.
that's really.
You're way bigger about that than I am. So like,
yes,
for me to say it's almost a weirder, bigger deal.
No, I know, I get that. But that's why you're right, and that's why I get that a lot of art collectors are going there. But again, I don't only want it to be that. I like to kind of go and see the city a bit or whatever, because I spent years going to the cons, and I would never leave the goddamn convention center.
Yeah.
You know, I've been to so many cons so many times, and I never saw the city. I'm just like, what a stupid idiot I was. Like, why wouldn't I at least go take the opportunity to go at least a little bit, you know? So that's kind of what it is too. And that's why I feel in my gut, I'm not saying I wouldn't go to OAX, but like in my gut, I feel like if I'm going to do it, I don't know. I miss San Diego and the city.
I miss what San Diego was to me. That's what I miss. Like, because I when I lived in LA, I could go to San Diego anytime, and you know, I would frequently find myself close enough, you know, just doing other stuff, you know, in the art world, that I missed what that show was to me as a fan in the 90s. The last time I went, I actually went with my ex-wife, and we went one day only, went on Sunday, and we had a blast. Just one day. I gave myself a budget of $300. I spent $100. And it was just fun to be able to. Sunday's a little bit less crazy. And I got to kind of walk the room, say hello to a few people that I wanted to talk to, buy some stupid little shit, get in, get out. Got to ride the train with, you know, with Will from Star Trek, and, you know, a bunch of guys that I kind of knew. And it was just, you know, it was a fun time, like having those booked seats and having the travel and not doing the drive, which would just give me like shoulder tension. So, but I mean, that show just isn't that to me anymore, and I don't think it ever will be.
Yeah, I don't know. I again, that's why I struggle with it, and I keep it's so easy at this part of my collecting to just kind of like, every year these cons that I kind of maybe think, right, maybe this will be the year I go, and then I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah.
It's so easy for me to say fuck it, you know, these days. It's like, whatever. I'm so comfortable at home. Again, not being a hardcore collector anymore. And that makes it easy, you know. Not being hardcore and not wanting to waste money on squirrels if possible. You know, once in a while is fine, but like it happens too often. So I'm like, I want to avoid it. And that's why. So it's easy to think like, if I go to the con, I'm just going to end up coming back home, because I hate going to cons and spending all that money that it costs to go to a con and coming back empty-handed.
Right.
I feel like it was a waste. And because of that, I've often gone to cons that were disappointing art-wise, but I didn't want to go empty-handed. So I still spent a bunch of money on like squirrels that weren't really of anything that I you know, like I didn't love. I didn't, you know, I was just like,
I mean, the cool thing to me about Orlando is that if I'm in Orlando, I'm going to go have a meal at Victoria and Albert's, you know, and it's going to be a spectacular dinner. And so to me, it's worth it to go and do like kind of, there's not a whole lot of food tourism to be had in Florida, but that particular restaurant is amazing. And it's, it's in downtown Disney. If I were a golfer and I'm not, I could always, pick up 9 or 18 holes, in back of my sister's house, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I totally get where you're coming from. Like, yeah, I mean, if you spend $1,200 on a trip and you're there, for business, hey Lee, then you want to have some business to take care of, and if it's a bust, it's a bust. And there's a lot of shows that are busts.
Right.
What did he say?
No, he says, I guess it's because you're reading the comments 15 minutes later after I wrote them.
Yep.
Yep. That's right. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up quickly now.
Now, Tom had said something about, he didn't notice any bugs. A lot of people were complaining about the pizza, but no, I think that, I think they got a lot right, certainly. I wasn't there. I'm only going on, the testimony that I've gotten from people who went.
Yeah. I again, I will say the thing. So the pros and the cons for me with OAX is, yes, it's all art, but that's not necessarily a pro because I'm not, hardcore looking to buy tons of art. And typically for Tom Grummett stuff, at most cons that I've gone to, they end up having nothing of interest, if anything, right? Everything I need, like I said, it comes out online and that's it. So I don't need to go anywhere for what I really want to buy art-wise, right? So then there's, the collectors. Yes, there's gonna be a ton of collectors there. So that's a pro, obviously. The con about OAX is I've been to Orlando. Doesn't excite me. I don't care about seeing the city. I don't care about, what do you call it? I'm not an amusement park person, so that doesn't mean anything to me. They have some other, I don't know, some Star Wars thing. I'm not a huge Star Wars guy, so that doesn't really mean anything. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. And compared, given what everybody had said when we did the show, the feedback show on OAX a couple of months back, I also like to go out and eat and stuff. And everybody's feedback was that the eating one was not anything to write home about, right? So it's kind of like, okay. So so that's the thing. And then I feel like, well, I can go to San Diego again because I love the city. And frankly, sure, there's not going to be as many collectors going to San Diego, but I'm sure there's going to be more than enough to you know what I mean? Like, so that's
well, you also, I mean, at San Diego, you would bump into people that aren't necessarily art collectors that you know from other walks of life. And you were a fine art purchaser for years, so you're going to know a handful of people that's their bread and butter.
But I mainly want to, I stay in contact with comic art people, right?
Yeah,
those are the people I really would want to talk to, anyways, right? So, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not saying no. Like I said, right now, no matter what con it is, doesn't matter. OAX, San Diego, whatever, where it is, doesn't matter. Right now, I every time I think, okay, maybe this is the year I'm finally going to go back to a con. Yeah. And then I'm like, I think this one's looking good. Yeah. And then I'm like, as it approaches, and I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable at home. I'll stay home, whatever. It's like, So I don't know. It's just, I don't know. What can I say? Eventually, but who knows which one it'll be. 43 watching. Could you please? Hey, thank you. Comic Art Boston. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't even think about that once. Didn't even ask once. Thank you. I have no idea how many likes have been hit, but there's 41 people currently watching. That's really good. At this late stage, East Coast wise. So if you are watching, please, can you just do me that favor? It's not much to ask. It really isn't. Right here, somewhere right around here beneath where I'm pointing, there's a thumbs up icon. Please just hit that. That'd be nice. It'd be nice to get at least as many thumbs up clicks as I do have viewers. 43 of you right now. So thank you, Cab. Really appreciate that. Carl says, I had a decent weekend with sales. So finally, somebody in the chat who wants to talk about how they did with sales and purchases. Carl, would you have any interest? Not that there's a lot of time for us left. Would you have any interest in popping in with us, with me and Matt, and just so it'd be easier to just give us your verbal feedback? let us know if you're willing. I'd rather you pop in and just kind of give us a few minutes of feedback on how your buying and your selling was. So let us know, please. Conventions are great for the personal touch, putting faces to names, of course. That's exactly what I always say. Just hanging out with others. Exactly, precisely. Thank you. Didn't have expectations, so was pleased. Okay, I know this a few minutes ago. There are fewer and fewer comic conventions, more pop culture. Well, yes, it's always been going that way for many decades now, I guess you could say, Ruben won't even take a poop at cons. Yo, Naughty or Nice, what's up, bud? Bill needs to add a whole. We talked about this earlier. We talked about it a lot, actually.
Can I ask Carl a question?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure.
Carl, what pieces did you sell and how much were they priced?
Yeah, again, unless you'd like to tell us from the studio, let us know. Think of Vivian Rubin, a little vacay. It's called this crazy business. Okay. If it is just purchasing artwork, the advent of the internet has been a great game changer. It certainly has. A lot can be for most. Because think about it, most people in the hobby don't go to conventions. Right. That's only a tiny minority of people that show up at the cons, right? So most people are just satisfied. There's enough. It just goes to show how much art is out there online that you don't need to go to cons unless you want to go to cons, right? I looked around the non-theme park side, Orlando, while at OAX. It was surprisingly a pleasant town with some pretty good restaurants and comic book stores. Again, I wouldn't really go to comic shops. I don't want the themed or whatever was it? The non-theme park side. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've been there at Jewish Dragons. I've been there, so not a big fan of the city. Not that I hate it, but I didn't think it was anything special. There are also a number of good restaurants. Okay. Right, but I'm not saying there's not good restaurants in Orlando as a city, but what everybody during
the show, people said the food was atrocious. Yeah.
Yes, a couple of months ago, the feedback was that because of the location of the show, right? Most people want to stick around the show. They want to hang around nearby. And as far as that goes, all the feedback was pretty negative about,
and not get a DUI in Florida.
Yeah. So had T-ball softball games, birthday celebration. My daughter put some, and then okay. Still talking, and here he comes again. Should have been there for the Collector brand. The problem, Tom, is that the Collector brand doesn't sell anything, so so it's kind of like wasting money, and no money comes in for the brand, But I appreciate you. Had a busy weekend. Oh, is that what I just put up? T-ball. Sorry. Yep. Okay. I'll probably go to OAX alone. Wife isn't into Orlando. Oh, there's another non-Orlando fan. At least I saw a case telling us I sold some art. And my wife would rather go to Montreal than Orlando. Of course, baby. Yeah. You let me know when you guys drive back here again. Don't.
Maybe not in January.
What's that, Matt?
Maybe not in January.
Oh, no, exactly. I always tell people, don't you dare ever come in the winter, because I'm not going to go out to meet you if you visit. Yeah. I stay home in the winter. Yeah. But when it's nice weather, yeah. Call me. Let's get together. Cons are mostly a social thing for me now. Went to Philly Expo last week. Just hung out with two artist tables and spent over an hour at each one. Yeah, that's cool. Ruben and Matt are being mean the entire show. Can't hit the like. Yeah, whatever. We're not being mean. What are you talking about? We're giving our thoughts and opinions. Nobody's being mean about anything. Hey, Geeks and Drinks, what's up? Been watching on the TV, but hopped on the phone to give a thumbs up. Hey, man, I appreciate that. You see, #1 Marvel fan, even he switched devices just so he could hit that thumbs up. So click it, baby, click it. Especially for all the promo we give Bill, constantly talking about all his projects and stuff. The least you can do is click the thumbs up. Okay. Oh, he says sure can. Okay, so give me a sec. Give me a minute there, Carl, and I'll get to you. Let me just catch up. I'm almost there. Looked at your Jonah hack several times. Yeah, but you didn't purchase. Just joking. Putting the pressure on you. I listed 23 pieces with no sales, says Rich. Okay, sorry to hear that. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, I listed 48.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Nothing sucks, I guess, as bad as that, right? Can get worse. Some don't go to cons, can't go to cons. Yep. So, hey, Mark, by the way, hi. So CAF Live is a good way to scratch our collecting itch. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Neil Macahone, what's up, man? Good to see you. How can you not like the weather in Orlando in January? It's okay. Like, whatever, it's fine. Again, I didn't think
it ain't Pasadena, it's not San Diego,
not
it's not Las Vegas.
No, it's a different climate. That's all I'm saying. It's a different climate. And like I said, I don't know. Just wasn't a huge fan. That's all. Too geared to wholesome family entertainment, which doesn't trend to single travelers.
I can show you the seedier side of Orlando if you want it, Daniel.
Wicked idea for an artist jam, and hope I can get Mike Perkins to draw the prelim and do one character for me. Cool.
Is Neil from Boston?
What's that?
Is Neil from Boston?
No, Neil's
actually. Idea.
He's in Saskatchewan, Canada.
And he uses Wicked. That was such our local thing.
I know.
Wicked cool.
The Wicked cool. Yeah, exactly.
So he used to say in the Newberry Comics bags, Wicked cool, for a wicked cool time.
Wicked cool time. Yeah, exactly. But that ultimately spread out through the Northeast, because, I said, I remember saying Wicked at least going back to the 90s, if not 80s, So, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Commonwealth Boston. Yeah, 39 likes. Thank you, everybody. Just a few more, please. Just a few more. I would appreciate it. Neil says that he loves the heavy metal pieces that you got.
I have a couple, yeah. I think they're very reasonably priced.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna send our buddy Carl a quick link here. Let me see. Sorry, everyone, doing this live, and we'll have him jump in and it'll be fun to get somebody else's view. Like Matt already gave us his sort of feedback. And we good to get somebody else's feedback who was there not only as a buyer, but as a potential buyer, but as a seller as well. So there you go, Carl. I just sent it to you. So maybe refresh over and over for the next few seconds. It'll probably eventually show up.
And CJ, what a rack of beer also.
CJ said what?
Right, Matt? Maybe a rack of beer also.
Maybe a rack of beer, huh? I don't know. See, now I need to be your interpreter. Except I'm no good at I'm no good for anybody. I just don't have that skill. I don't know what it is, man. I might have to hit you up later. And listing 48 pieces is a lot of work. You're telling me.
Sounds like they had a similar experience to my own.
Not sure I'm doing that again. Oh, so you did that, Naughty. You did that. Wow. It is so much work. I'm telling you. And you know what? I don't know about you guys, but like as a guy who I used to deal full time and I still do part time. I mean, with my own website, it's like when I did like actually, it doesn't matter what type of art it was, regardless of whether it was, let's say, Mike Perkins' brand new issue of whatever, or vintage stuff, I always felt compelled to have to write a description. And I don't mean one line. Just describe, what's happening on it, why I think it's a great piece.
Characters on the page, something,
Yeah. And boy, you don't think of it, but man, until you actually go through, let's say, 40 some odd pieces, you don't realize it takes hours.
Yeah.
At least it took me hours. Yep. Because you're spending time thinking of what you want to say about it, right? Every piece. And oh my God, that's just the descriptions takes hours. And that's after you fucking uploaded them all or whatever to wherever you're uploading them. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. And no matter where you do it, trying to sell, it's a lot of work. And yeah, when you don't end up getting lucky that you sell anything, or even as a dealer, look, I could tell you as a dealer, art drops were like, if I dropped 40 pieces back in the old days as a full-time guy, right? Only vintage art, right? 80s and 70s and 80s mostly is what I used to focus on. And I put like 40 pieces in a drop. It was on an average drop, like if I sold I don't know, out of 40 pieces, if I sold 7 to 10 of them, that was kind of normal.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah,
kind of like
20% is probably the standard. 25 to 30% really good.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know, like
yeah,
when I would do, we do a show at the gallery. That's what I could count on.
right.
Even in the coaster show, which had 1,000 pieces, I would sell 300. You know, like so it's unfortunate to have to put that much effort into something and for there not to be a lot of buyers there. And I the only thing I can point to. Actually, so this is funny. He said a 6-pack is a rack. In Massachusetts, a rack is a case, and a half rack is a 12-pack.
Okay.
So, at least where I grew up in Massachusetts. But
Yeah.
I think if there's a failure here from a planning perspective, it was having it on Mother's Day weekend. That might not have been the great target date for this particular Comic Art Live.
Oh,
But I'm sure, we'll never hear that. What we'll hear is that, oh no, people did great and we sold a lot of artwork, and because we know
yeah.
how that goes. We know how that goes. I mean, I'm
Well,
I'm
I
a
don't
big
know.
fan of cheerleading during the game, not after the game, especially not
Right,
after we lost.
right. Well, which is why I always tell people, please come on to my channel, come to my show, and just speak your mind. Because at least I don't have any conflict of interests, right? So you can feel free to just be honest. We always praise the shit we like, but
Yep.
I don't like suck ups, man. Like sugar coating and stuff like that, whatever. So just tell the truth. I mean, be nice about it. Don't be an asshole, right? You can give constructive criticism and not being an ass about it, right? So
Mm.
just we got to tell the truth, whether it's a positive or a negative. That's all, right? And how do things get better unless we bring up and share our experiences that are more negative to
Yeah.
make those things better and fix them, So yeah, that's my thing. And Carl, I see you there, and I will be with you momentarily, my friend. I just wanted to say, because Comic Art Boston, I don't want to get into this because we don't really have a lot of time. Just an idea, perhaps for the next CAF CON, Ruben can list the names of those here who will be participating. Where would I list that? I don't know what you mean by that, Cab.
Smoke signals.
Where would I list them? You mean like show them like on a slide on screen, you mean? I don't know that I would. I don't know how that would help or anybody would care or something. I don't know. And then Marcus said that descriptions are a waste of time. So don't bother. I've done it my whole career though. Like I just the same way I do it for my collection on CAF. I can't help it. I feel like I want to tell you what I like about it.
I don't do that for the Comic Art Live.
Oh no,
Because
not
it makes the
okay.
descriptions crazy long. The way that it's organized, it looks
Right.
weird. So I stopped doing that.
Yeah.
But when I migrate them over, I then pop in the descriptions. But since I have that, the booth linked to my website, I already have them on the website. So whenever you see any of the artworks on popsequentialism.com, there'll be like a description, and I always have click description for more info. They can pop that open, it expands down, and they can see all the information that I've put together for it. It's usually about the collaboration, why the piece is important, as you say, because we came from the fine art world, Ruben. Like, we know that
Yeah.
people need to know, like, what makes this more special than that. Like, there's that need
Yeah.
to delineate a difference between A or B or C or D or all the way further down. That those are important factors. And we talked about this a little bit. We didn't spend enough time on it, I don't think. I saw a lot of stuff that was mislabeled. I saw a lot of monoprints that were not listed as monoprints. They were listed as mixed media. I saw there's a checkbox for computer art, which is what I check it as. I also saw a lot of oh my gosh, what was I gonna say?
Hey Ryan, what's up, buddy? Posted 6, sold 1. That's an okay ratio, actually.
That's a great batting average comparatively.
It's tough to sell 1 when you only put out 6 because the
Yeah.
ratio is just the odds are, what are the odds that somebody's gonna want 1 of those few pieces that you have with 6,000 other ones out there, So, yeah, so that's a good ratio, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Ryan, think of it this way: 1 out of 6, and yet here we got Matt telling us, man, he did 48 and got 0. So 0 out of 48, goose egg, right? So yeah, Comic Art Boston on a slide, like I kind of said, I don't know that's I don't know what's that helping? Who is it helping really? If I post the names of people here that are going to be Oh, you mean just to promote them, to say, hey, all these people? There's no point, because people in advance can go to the CAF CON website and you see the list of all the booths that everybody has. It's already there, So, me showing it on a slide quickly, it's not going to really do anything, I don't think. And I'm sorry I didn't get to everyone's booth. Just jumped on a couple of things, exhausted the budget, and stopped looking near the top of the alphabet. Sometimes that happens, though, Ian. And Tom says, I sold 2, including a big one. I was hoping to move, and I got a Rogers Austin Dark Detective I had been wanting at a good price. Okay, also liked all the panels. Hey, well, it was a fun show for you, because you even engaged in the panels. That's pretty cool. Eric B. and Rockham is in the house. Another fellow Canuck. What's up? I was underwhelmed with the offerings, and some prices were outrageous. Okay, not all, but $10K for a prelim? Okay.
Was that prelim? I think it was for oh my gosh, the guy that does Transformers now.
Daniel Murphy.
I think it was like a Daniel Warren Johnson.
Daniel Warren Johnson.
It was like a $10,000 prelim. I think I was kind of like, whoa, but maybe I'm hallucinating, and maybe it was something else. Hey, Carl.
Right.
Hello.
What's up?
Okay?
What's up,
Hey.
Carl?
What's happening?
What's happening, dude?
Fell asleep putting my kids to bed.
Give us the skinny on the fatted calf.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I had a pretty good show. I mean, from what my expectations were, and yeah, I mean, I was pleased. Hold on, let me try to get this going on here.
Now, tell us though, Carl.
Yeah.
Are you talking as a seller or as a buyer, potential buyer?
A seller. I mean, I think I did. I by design, I tried to not look a lot. But the weekend, what it was with all the stuff going on, I didn't really have a whole lot of time to look. I was just doing a lot of answering emails and whatnot from like buyers, and so that was by design.
Pretty busy. That kept you pretty busy. The back and forth emailing.
I mean, just like some of it, because there's one that I'm shipping to Canada. So like there was just talking
Canada.
about yeah, exactly. So talking about like
I know Canada
shipping prices and that kind of stuff. So and try to like work that into what the cost was of the piece. And so it was just a busy weekend personally. So hey, Tom. I was happy I didn't have time to look, but the flip side of that is I stupidly joined Nikki B's birthday show to say happy birthday, and ended up spending money there. So
right. Oh my God, this guy was so funny. On Friday, we're all there at Nikki B's show, and all of a sudden, in pops Carl, and I'm like, oh, look at that, nice. Carl popped in to say hi and happy birthday, and next thing I know is like I turned away. I don't know, I had to do something. And then I look back and I'm like, huh? I'm looking at the comments, trying to catch up with the comments I had just missed, right? And I'm like, huh? What? Somebody's talking about Carl. I'm like, and people are congratulating. What? He had just bought something. Like, what the hell? And then he buys something, but then not that long after, I see this other comment coming in from Carl. Yeah, Nick, if you can do this price on these 2 pieces, I'll do that. So suddenly he's like wheeling and dealing. Like, what the hell, Carl? Holy shit!
Yeah, and it's on stuff. It was on like Batman, like Nightfall stuff, which I said in the video I recorded for the day. Like,
yes,
by design, I'm trying to not buy, and I'm like,
yes,
man, Nick. But yeah, well, I'll talk about that later when I unbox it. But yeah, so it ended up costing me to watch Nikki B's show.
For sure.
But I mean, it was kind of a wash. Like, not I actually didn't do the total of what I sold this weekend, but it was decent. I mean, I actually sold a piece from the video that I posted, and somebody reached out and bought a piece before I listed it on CAF,
Right.
which was good. And then the highest piece I sold this weekend on CAF was Tom Riley cover, the Marvel snapshot. It's like Cyclops
Fantastic
and
Four.
yeah, has all the kind of silhouettes of the Marvel characters on
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Sold that one for $12.50. So
Okay.
that was a decent.
Were you asking $12.50?
I put the price I put on initially was 14.
Oh, okay.
Which I knew was, I mean, it was high. So that's a number I was comfortable with. I bought it years ago, so you know.
It's 1,400 to 1,200 to 1,250.
What's it? I posted it at 14, ended up selling it for $12.50.
Okay.
So
Because somebody came in and just emailed you and said, "Would you take $12.50?" Is that how it happened?
No, that was like kind of the back and forth that we talked about. You know what I'd be comfortable with, and so we landed on $12.50. So
yeah,
because
Marcus,
I don't want to. Yeah.
I'll just say, Marcus says that the next thing you know, you'll be buying Immonen Blue Superman.
yeah. I'm done with Blue Superman for now. So
Jewish Dragons wants to know: did you end up keeping the Nolan Bane pinup after all?
So I still have that. So now I don't know if I'm revamping my Batman Nightfall collection, but
that's going to be the focus of your collection from now on.
Selling all this Superman stuff, get rid of it.
Yeah, get rid of the Superman stuff. Yeah.
No, I would still sell the Bane commission that I have because the page that I got was actually a page that I personally had my eye on for like years. I mean, I didn't know Nick had it, but it's just one I always kind of liked. It kind of fits my collection, which so
yeah,
that's what I saw it there, and I was like, oh man, Nick, what are you doing? So
Carl,
yes, that was one of them. Sorry, not the KO, but it was a
no, go ahead.
Ken Lashley commission, Nightcrawler commission that I had done a
Yeah,
couple years ago. So yeah, that one sold.
That was a nice one.
Yeah, it's really nice. And
how much was it?
I sold that one for $300.
Okay, yeah, that was nice.
Yeah,
we were
so cheap. Yeah.
We were talking earlier. We were talking earlier, Carl, because at the top of the show, actually, because Matt ended up picking up a Nightcrawler commission from somebody, but only for $100.
So Larry Stroman Nightcrawler commission for $100. If I bought it from Larry, it'd cost me $400 in cash and $1 million in aggravation. So
and 11 by 17.
And 11 by 17, yeah, like
you
get
it. You get it 7 years from now.
Yeah. So I was like, I almost felt like I was getting goofed. I was like Alan Funt back of me, like looking at my keyboard worrying. But so I was happy to make that expense. I always feel like whether or not I sell anything, I always contribute to the economy of the show, and I did again this year. For years, I would always buy a new Veronica or Andy Fish piece, but at this point, I have a lot of their work and actually put up 2 pieces for sale that are really nice pieces, and in the same league of what they're selling, commissions for. That I was just kind of surprised, like there just wasn't really. I didn't get any inquiries about any of that. I have to get back and check eventually to see who saved stuff and contact them, as sending the messages out, but and who knows, maybe I'll sell some stuff after the show. But it was disheartening to put that much work into listing 48 pieces, especially when some of the stuff I had was $100 and $200.
Oh,
and
that makes it worse. That makes it worse, right? And by the way,
I didn't expect necessarily, the Frank Quitely page 1 from Batman number 3 to sell for $12,000, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did.
Sometimes you post those to sell the $200 to $100 pieces.
Oh, indeed.
So
yeah, but the point that I wanted to make earlier, and I didn't make ultimately, with back in the days when I would do art drops on the website, right, was that so we talked about the sell-through percentage, right, that you would typically get on one of your art drops, and it tends to be similar for most sellers with their websites, but there were times where I would do a drop and either anywhere from 0 to 2 pieces would sell. And you have any idea how tough that is? You put not only all the time and effort, right? The posting, listing, describing, right? Scanning, blah, 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 right? And you don't sell anything. But then it's like all that money is now tied up. And now that's the kind of shit that ends up being in your longer term inventory. Because if it doesn't sell in the first 24 hours, even less, like the first day, like the first several hours, typically it's not, it's going to sell slowly over time, you know? And then it's like, yeah, well, okay, I got to make money somehow. I like my money's tied up in that inventory, but I still have to come up with money to buy more inventory for another drop. You know what I mean? It's like, holy shit. So yeah, very difficult and disheartening when you know, for anybody, whether it's, you know, a regular full-time dealer or just collectors, you know, part-timers, whatever, man. Anytime you got to put in a lot of time and effort to drop art, you know, whether it's on the website, whether it's on an event like Comic Art Live, whatever it is, when you put that much effort, it's hours and hours of work, and you sell squat. And by squat, I mean, you know, you sold nothing no pieces this time, Matt, but like, even had you sold 3, 4, 5, to me, I'd still, like, if I'm in your shoes and you said 5 pieces, I'd still be pissed, right? Because it's like
5 pieces would be more than 10%. I'd be thrilled.
No, it's still, it's
based on Comic Art Live history.
No, but it's still good. Yes, by traditional metrics, it's still okay, right? Like, it's okay, but at the same time, I'll speak for myself, it's still disheartening because it's kind of like, but what about the other 35? You know what I mean? Like somebody's got to get me my money back on those. Like, yeah, it's like that's yeah. So even when you do okay percentage wise, compared to how many pieces didn't sell, it's not great. You know what I mean? Like,
and like we said, you know, where on that curve is the price of the pieces? Like, well, you know, I had stuff marked all, you know, everywhere from $100 to $12,000. And a lot of stuff that, like I said, I had a Robert Williams piece that was marked $20,000 for a really long time. That's now marked 9. You know, and that's more than that's a 60% discount. And granted, not everybody's in the ballpark for something at that price, but there's a lot of stuff that I thought was marked well. Nick's in the house now, and I want to answer Comic Art Boston. You know, he had asked.
Yes, I wanted you to finish talking so that I can put it up, but I'll put it up now.
They're on the site. I mean, when I set up everything to be live on Comic Art Live, they all have a click through to the website. So if you just go to you know, popsequentialism.com and then select art,
link below, everybody, in the description, link below.
And there's a drop menu, just select art, and that will bring you to all of the original art pieces. I think there's 4 or 5 pages of them. So I think there's 75 pieces that are listed right now, and all that stuff that was there. You know, and again, if you're a little bit off of what the asking price is, make me an offer. You know, I don't generally have a problem with that. What would drive me crazy is I'd have something on CAF and someone would send me 7 emails in 6 months. Is this still available? Is this still available? And then they're like, oh, well, you've got it marked $6,000. I saw a piece sell by this artist that isn't at all what this is 10 years ago for half as much. So can I pay you $2,000? And it's like, you got to really constrain yourself from not like just, you know, tell them to go jump in the lake. But, you know, I think if it's close and if it's somebody who I know loves the thing, then I can generally make an exception and wind up making a deal. Some stuff that I have, I'm dealing for other people and I don't have that much room, but I generally have some.
He's also letting you know here with his comment that due to that complaint he brought up earlier in the show,
he couldn't find stuff. Yeah.
He couldn't even find your booth or whatever. And then he forgot all about it. And then that was that, you know. Hey, Nicky B, what is up, brother? Yeah, everybody, let me take a quick moment. I mentioned you at the top, Nick, but I didn't. Again, nobody sent me your link for this coming Friday. So sorry about that. But everybody, please tune in. Wow, we still have a really big crowd here tonight. Over 36 people still watching. Please tune in to Nicky B's show this Friday and every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific for a sales show. It was Nicky B's birthday bash show this past Friday, and that was quite a lot of fun. The big boy's birthday, as I recall, is this Nick, it's this Wednesday, right? I think your actual birthday is this coming Wednesday. Anyways, let us know. But yeah, check it out, everyone, please. Always a good time to be had. And guys like my friend Carl here on my right side of the screen, he shows up and suddenly blows his wad. I mean, like,
hey, I mean, there were things that he had that were right up my alley, and I was like, oh man, I just was trying to come in and say, polite happy birthday, but I'm glad it worked out. Happy to buy what I bought. So.
I appreciate it, Nick. So thank you.
Yes.
And Comic Girl Boston thanks you, Matt, of course.
Thank you.
And I am a straight shooter. No problems there. You are a straight shooter. Always have been, for sure. No, you're welcome, Nick. Of course, always. So Tuesday. Oh, it is Tuesday. Okay. Sorry. So Tuesday, everybody want to reach out to Nicky B, wish him a happy birthday, or do it tonight or now. Yes, there you. Oh, that's right, because we're the 12th. Sorry. Yes. I was forgetting what the date today was. So, so you're welcome. Awesome. Real birthday, but fake sales. Yes. Let me see. Carl picked up 2 great pieces. Yeah, like I said, he blew his wad on the good stuff, But as long as you're buying stuff you want, right?
Yeah, I mean, what I bought, it fits right in my collection. And you talk Capullo Batman, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So now Nick is the bane of Carl's existence.
He is.
Well,
He broke me.
Nick says that he just thanks you for swinging by to say hi. But yeah, I'm sure you're thanking him more for swinging by to spend.
Swinging by and dropping his wallet in the
leaving the
wallet.
Happy birthday, Nick.
That's so funny. But real quick though, Carl, can we get some numbers? Like, how many pieces total over the weekend did you post, and how many sold?
Okay, so I posted. I think 25. I think I had one straggler that I pushed to Sunday, which so I posted 25. I sold 4 during the show, and then 1 that was
pre-sale.
Yeah.
You did the one pre-sale. Well, you did the one pre-sale, which brought it down to 24 technically, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and out of 24, you sold 4?
Yeah, no, actually, no. So I added 1. So I had 25 that were live on the show.
Oh.
So I guess it's 26 total that
26 total, right?
Yeah. So and then 5
you sold a total of 5?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So
okay.
And like some of the ones
that's 19%. That's, believe me,
I'm happy.
In this hobby, this business, that's strong. That's good. Really good.
And it ranged like two were pieces that were over 1,000, and then the other 3 were like
nice.
500 or below. I think it was like 500, 275, and 3. I think were the numbers on those. So, and like some of the ones like the Ken Lashley Nightcrawler, I didn't have a lot into it, so I thought that would be a good opportunity to just post a piece that it's at kind of like what he would. I mean, he probably would maybe sell a little bit more at a con now, but I'm happy with what I got out of it because it's more than I paid. So, and anytime you do and you can make money on a commission, then you're doing okay.
Yeah.
Give me. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Carl. Just give me a second. I just want to say bye to Cad.
Cad's
leaving. So thank you as always, Cad. Really appreciate you. It's just saying thanks to all of us. Here we go. The 3 of us. And a great and interesting show as always. Thank you. I comment most on my shows. Nice. Yeah. Appreciate that as a small, minuscule flea on this hobby. On the
to offer him a sticker.
Huh?
Need to offer him a sticker. It's like a fan badge that he can put on his.
I don't take a single red cent from this channel. It just costs me my time and effort. So it's like I don't have money to make stickers to give people, But if I have something, he knows I would give him something. Take care. Gotta fly. Okay, CJ. Catch you later as well. Thank you as always. Finally home, says Lee. But you were here before. What do you mean? Where were you tuning in from? Take care, Cab. Okay. Let's rally a few more likes. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everybody.
And Nick, I said Bane because we know that Carl bought a Bane piece from you. So that was the pun.
Okay.
It wasn't a Bane piece, but it mentions Bane. I have a Bane piece that I'm selling. I mean, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it all fit.
Gotcha.
In the Nightfall. Yeah. So
6 degrees of separation with mutants. With Batman.
So overall, Carl, like, what did you think, or do you want to share? What were your expectations? Did you have expectations? Because you had nothing to compare to, right? It's the first time you did this, wasn't it?
No, I've sold on.
Oh, you've tried selling before? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So the expectations were, I knew I was posting some higher, and I mean, not.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's fine. Yeah. Higher ends, higher.
The Jim Lee page that I have, the Sean Gordon Murphy page that I have, both are pages that I am fine not selling. But they're also pages that I know long term are not going to be in my collection, just because I just kind of see where things are going.
Yeah.
I got a Sean Gordon Murphy page for you.
Yeah. So yeah, as soon as I say I'm not buying Sean Gordon Murphy pages, that's when one will pop up and I'll buy it. But yeah, so
you didn't sell those.
I did not sell those. Yeah, and I'm okay with that. So I posted those mainly, one, because I'm willing to sell them, but two, it's bigger names to get eyes on a booth, and to help drive sales, to try to sell some of the lower end pieces. But I look at this show as a good opportunity twice a year to just get the portfolios out and look at, like, what is gonna, long term, what I know is not going to be there. So I just kind of
you're curating, man. That's what curating is all about.
Right. So I mean, it's something I do throughout the year anyway, but it's just, this is a good opportunity to do it and
make the move to actually try to move the cull the stuff that you realize, okay, it doesn't really fit my collection. So yeah, it's always good to do that. You bring money back in to use for other stuff, right? Recycle, and you don't always have to spend new money that you make,
which has always been I've just talked about it before. It's like toys. I've sold toys to buy art, and it's just to kind of keep it, funding in itself as much as possible is the goal.
Now I'm seeing all those toys in back of you.
Yeah,
he's got all the glass cases,
Yeah.
They
used to be a lot more crammed in there. So
that's after he called again. He called.
Yeah. Every so often I'll come out here and do some shopping. It's like, what can I get rid of that it is worth more than I value it at. So yeah, it's just that's how I've gotten the collection that I have. So
my favorite pieces that I have in my collection are among the least valuable to other people. Like I have a Chris Wildgoose Batgirl double page splash, which I can't imagine I paid more than $150 for, and I love it. It's one of the pieces that are framed. It's framed on my wall. Like, I really love it. It's got a beautiful sense of movement, and I wasn't even familiar with the comic book that it came from, which is sort of rare for me. Like, I usually only go after eras that I have personal nostalgia for. I used to look at it as like, I can't have the piece if I don't know the comic. It's like wearing the Nine Inch Nails shirt and not having the Nine Inch Nails album, So, but I mean, I then tracked down the comic, and it's a pretty decent run. But a lot of that stuff, like I've got one of oh my gosh, Emma Kubert's. I've quite a few of Emma Kubert's pieces, actually, that I just like her style. I like the work that she's doing, and I'm looking forward to her doing kind of her own books and getting more stuff published. But they're not expensive, they're not valuable. That's more fun for me, I think, now these days than the really baller pieces, which I'm kind of more interested in divesting from.
And that's kind of my mentality too, like with the Jim Lee piece that I have, because there was a time when I was like, oh, there's a checklist of artists that I want, and those names, Sean Gordon Murphy, Jim Lee, they were on there. And then I look at what I've been able to collect of the things that really, really are, more in my focus. They become, expendable. I still love their art. I love, the pages that I have, but I love the stuff that speaks to me personally much, much more. So and I'm sure there's a house out there somewhere where, they will appreciate it more than I do. So
I just wanted to, sorry to squeeze in here, guys. real quick, because I wanted to just answer Rick. The answer is yes. It's the piece he sold after doing the video. Yeah, due to the video.
Yeah, somebody reached out to me after watching the video, and so
yeah. And Cab was just leaving. He always says he's leaving, and then he doesn't leave. But just wanted to affirm you guys that my True Grail cost a fraction of what I paid for other pages, and nobody would be interested in it. But Cab, correct me if I'm wrong. When you say my True Grail, aren't you talking about the Silver Age two-gun kid splash? Isn't that your Grail? Or am I misunderstanding which one your True Grail is? Because if that's the one, I would think. I mean, yes, it's Western. It's doesn't have a lot of following in general, but because it's Silver Age, whatever, that piece still has demand, But I get your point, anyways. That it's sometimes the pieces that we like the most. Oh, okay, it's a two-gun. Okay, your True Grail is a panel page, but two-gun kid. Okay, and that you haven't posted yet. Okay. I thought it was one of the ones the pieces the splashes that you had posted. So my mistake. Yeah. Oh, and Nick says, so some of my favorite art is in the affordable art from the 80s, like Infantino Flash. Oh yeah, 300 and up. I love that run, especially when he's like on trial for murder. I had such a good time with that back in the 80s as a teenager. And the Don Newton and Don Heck 80s art. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of art that provides fun, and you look at it and you just get a certain sense of joy out of looking at it. It may have cost you less than $100. It may have cost you 200, 150, whatever, right? Like, and you just get so much joy out of it. And honestly, to me, that's what over the years has made it more and more difficult for me to keep spending money on like more expensive, into the thousands type pieces, because I kept thinking like, yeah, I love this, right, piece that I just blew like $5,000 on or whatever, right? But then when I think about that other piece that gives me a lot of joy every time I look at it, that cost me 100 or whatever, I'm like, if I really had to be objective about this, and sort of if we could measure the level of enjoyment somehow, get some kind of a barometer for it, is the cover, which is what 50 times more, cost me 50 times more, or what was it, 500 more, whatever the hell it is, more than this other page. Is it giving me 50 times more enjoyment when I look at it than in other words, am I going, oh my God, wow, right, when I look at that one? Because that's kind of what you would have to do to be the equivalent of money wise, right? If you equated the enjoyment to the money, like, you know what I'm saying? And yet it's never like that. I often find myself saying, you know what? I kind of get a lot more shits and giggles because this one page I'm thinking of makes me laugh a lot. And I'm like, I really enjoy that one. I think I've gotten more enjoyment out of that than out of this. It cost me $5,000, right? So,
well, really, a provable example of that would be: would you rather own the cover of the issue of Justice League where Batman decks Guy Gardner, or would you rather own that page? And it's I think a 7-panel page, where Gardner gets punched in the face and knocked the fuck out, and the cover of that is a rather boring. I mean, it's a Maguire cover, so it's great, but it's not as cool as having that page where Batman decks Guy Gardner. That's got to be worth probably twice as much as the cover of that issue, if not more.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. What's up, Joseph?
Not a key, not particularly a key, just an awesome moment in comics.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. And look, and they say we're getting other people speaking up about the same kind of, to make the same point. The Rickster says, my Truman Star Slayer pages bring me the most joy for the money. Exactly. That makes it even more, oftentimes to me, that makes it even more easy to enjoy some of the pages I have. The fact that I know they're only worth a couple $100 or less, and yet I seem to really enjoy looking at them all the time, right? Like, that's a lot of joy to get for the money I spent, the pathetic money. Yeah. Even though it may only be worth, like, it may be a page I spent, I don't know, 75 to 100. It may be worth 200 today. Like, you know what I mean? It's still worth very little. but it just makes me realize, like, yeah, like that's value for the money. Like the level of joy I've gotten and continue to get from those types of pages, like you can't beat that for $200 or less, or like whatever it cost me, 75, 100, whatever. Like that's crazy, you know? So that's why, like I say, it makes it hard for me to, you know, when I look around, I'm like, oh my God, like how many of these pieces, like they're either I paid $5 or $6 grand, or I bought them when they were cheaper, but now they're worth $5 or $6 grand. And it makes me think like I don't know, at that kind of value, should I cash it in? You know, because that's a lot of money, you know, and it's like, I don't know, like, do I really enjoy it that much? Like, I don't know. It's just a very, I've always found it very interesting comparing what pages cost me versus the level of enjoyment that they each give me, you know?
But that's why I mean, for me, like, because I'm not one of those that like, oh, I'm never selling anything. This is like,
Right.
you know, no, I think you have to constantly do that. Like, and because there will be a point where you may have gotten your, you know, fill of joy out of it, and then you move on, and then you just gotta sell it, and then you look at what you could probably sell it for, and what you could do with that money instead. So that's
Yep.
is a natural part of collecting art in my mind. So.
Yes, it's an irrational hobby, as Eric says. You know, it certainly is. And
Great
Marcus,
place for me to dive out. That's the perfect line for me. It's an irrational hobby. I think I gotta
It's
head
like-
out, but
you dropping out? Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I greatly appreciate it. You know,
Yeah, man, I
being on
thank
the
you.
show.
Carl, can you still stick for a few minutes?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Cool.
All right,
Thanks
Matt.
for that.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate
Take care,
you.
Matt.
You have the honor, I believe, unless my mind is terrible, you have the honor of being the very first guest ever, or co-host, who has taken off in the middle of, well, not the middle, but like before we
This is the
started
middle.
off.
Then
No, you know what I mean. Before we
That was my
actually
fear.
before we've officially ended the show is what I mean. You know what I mean. Come on. But yeah, no, that's pretty
You're
cool.
you're gonna saddle him with that distinction right as he's like, I gotta go. Oh yeah, well let me tell you this.
Oh, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool. I've always said, you know, on my channel, anything goes. Everybody's cool, right? Like it doesn't. Nothing's pre-planned. Whatever. We do what we want. We just have fun. That's all that matters. So,
Yep.
You gotta go. You gotta go. I always tell people, if you're gonna be with me and you gotta go, you just tell me. Don't be shy. Go. Tell me you gotta go and just leave. You know. So, Matt, thank you as always. Appreciate you, bud.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
I know I have some a couple hours worth of interview to chat to go back and watch later on. So
There you go.
I'll do that. So thank you for providing that
Thanks, Carl.
content.
Thank you, Rubén.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
Have a good week.
You too.
All right. Thanks, bud. Bye bye. So I did want to say to that bastard Marcus, because he's such a ball buster. Look at him. Crotch Goblin gives me joy, but Rubén craps on it. Okay, you need to email me and tell me the story of Crotch Goblin, because I have no idea what the hell it is. I got no idea. I'm familiar with the painting, but I don't know the backstory on it.
Yeah, I know of its notoriety more
Right.
than I know of its origins or how it came to be. I just know that it's, a thing. I have no idea how it became a thing though.
Exactly. So let me know if you want, Marcus. I mean, feel free to give me the story. Mystery sketches give me joy, but Rubén and Matt craps on it. We did not crap on it. We just don't feel like it's for us. It's definitely for you. You like it, but by all means, you should spend your money on mystery sketches. Absolutely.
While I was side note, and Rubén knows this, but I was putting together bunk beds for my my daughter's birthday the other night, and it was a hellacious experience. But but while I had that on, I had my iPad set up, and they were doing Jiggy and Next Comic Art were doing a live a show with Bill, and it was them kind of working on some of the mystery sketches as they chatted. And
okay.
Mystery sketches aren't for me either, but I think they're really fun. I don't like I would rather just, if there's an artist that I know I want a piece from, I'd rather just target that artist.
Right.
It's fun, but it's kind of like a little lottery ticket that I don't you know,
Yeah.
they're inexpensive and people get value out of them, but
Yeah.
they're just not really for me. So.
No, different strokes for different folks. That's all, you know.
I like
Naughty or
seeing
nice
them.
yeah, I shifted to collecting art that is cheaper but provides immense enjoyment. Yeah, see, that's cool. And there was some that I've never seen before at CAF CON this weekend. So excellent, Naughty. That's awesome. Good for you, man. That's good. I
I'll
wish
still
more
attest
people.
that, like that show, it gives, like, collectors have some of the best stuff, you know. So I think it's great when people open up their portfolios and share it. So you see a lot of stuff that have not hit the market before. So.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's the nice thing. That's the nice thing I've always actually felt about something like a CAF CON. It's because the fact that they allow anybody to open a booth, not just an official dealer, right? Like, because let's face it, in this hobby, anybody who's got stuff for sale, you're a dealer, you know, even though you're not an official one. But yeah, collectors, like you say, it's always more fun to see. It's like on the CAF YouTube channel, right? When dueling dealers became popular, that was all good and well and fun, but right from the beginning, I was like, man, and I think I even probably posted a comment. I must have posted a comment, like, yeah, you should do this, but like with new collectors every week instead of the same dealers or whatever, you know. And in the end, I did find that I enjoy the collector shows more. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I find that they're usually more willing to deal, but for the right reasons. They're just like, look, I'll cut a deal because there's this piece I'm going to go after, and it's a little more of a. I feel like it's a little more of a friendly back and forth. Not that like Berkey and Anthony are not nice about it. It's just it's their business, and there's like, I have X amount into it. I need to get this, and you know, but collectors it's a different story. So
yeah, exactly. Hoarder's Hide. Scott says, I have 5-figure stories to go with my 3-figure pages. That's why I like them more than most of my 4-figure pages. Okay.
I swear, this is another one of those, like, there is a train leaving Seattle with 15 crates of oranges. And I'm like,
it's moving at 147 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I have 5-figure stories to go with my 3-figure pages. That's why I like them more than most of my 4-figure pages. All right. Well, I'm happy to hear that.
I'm circling in B and moving on to the next question.
All of the above.
Yeah.
That's so funny. What else we got here? Since I haven't shared yet on my experience today, I will now. I bought more than I sold as usual. Lee, tell us the basics of how many pieces posted for sale and how many you sold. We're curious about that. And then also tell us, how many did you end up buying? How many pieces did you end up buying? That's what we like to know. Those are the kind of simple numbers that kind of gives us information, gives us a general idea of how it went for people. And wow, I mean, listen, I'm not surprised. I've seen that there's a lot of people who love these things. Yeah, I mean, I too like mystery sketches. So a lot of people, way more than I ever imagined. When I heard of the idea, I was like, oh God, nobody's going to want that. To my shock, it's really popular. So
I mean, to their credit, I mean, they've made it a thing where you in most cases, I mean, you get the value out of it. I mean, the pieces look amazing, and I think the artists are kind of on board to understand, like, hey, you're going to take a chance on me providing you this piece of art. I'm gonna give you a nice piece of art. So it's a cool thing. It's just,
Yeah, no, look, a lot of these guys get them. Rick, I got 4 mystery sketches with 1 more on the way, and I'm happy with all 4 so far.
Yeah.
You know, and people before said, oh, I got 6. They're all good. Like, oh, that was I think it was Tom. So yeah. Eric says, question for discussion. It's getting kind of late for more discussion, but let's see. Does the more valuable a piece gets, your perspective of the piece changes? Well, for me, it's what I said earlier, that some pieces, as it accrues more value, it gets more and more valuable. I do. Like, I've had a lot, like, listen, there was a time when I had a ton of Marvel Bronze Age covers in my collection. And as they would hit like new highs, okay, because believe it or not, for you guys who've only been in the hobby for a few years, the prices have always been going up way faster than most of us can afford the stuff. Okay, always. And so what would happen is I would get to a price where I was uncomfortable, and I'd be like, I don't know, I think I'll just cash out, and I would cash out, and I just slowly but surely, and I would look for something else to collect. You know, I would collect what I called it. I've said, and I've explained this before. I would collect down, meaning, okay, I can no longer really, I don't want to pay those prices anymore. So that means I can't afford that type of art anymore. Let me look for something else. I have wide tastes, right? A lot of variety. So I got to collect down. What's the next thing that I like that it's, it hasn't really appreciated a lot, and, because nobody really follows this artist or these titles or characters or whatever, and then start buying those pages, and then when those started getting a little bit higher than made me comfortable, okay, let me get rid of that. Let me move on to something else, So for me, Eric, it does change it, but it's because it just makes me feel uncomfortable in many ways. Like, first of all, again, and I've mentioned this before, in Canada, it's impossible to get like insurance for collectibles. Okay, so that's scary. The more, I would rather, God forbid, but if some flood or fire happens, I feel like I would have more chance to save some of my art, like the value, the dollar value of my art. I feel I have a better chance if I was here and I literally reached over to like the 10 or 15 portfolios that are like 5 feet from me, smash this window open, drop them down to the next floor, right?
Yeah.
Than if I had a much smaller collection of much more expensive pieces. Each one is much more expensive. Because I would probably have some of those on the walls, and I don't know. I just feel like I would rather have cheaper stuff in general. I do have some expensive stuff, but for the most part, I'm more comfortable when they're valued lower. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I mean I feel the same way, and I don't have a lot of super high end pieces, but that the Doomsday, the Tom and Doug's Doomsday page that I have. I mean,
Yeah.
what some of those pages are going for at auction, all of a sudden that's like, whoa. So you have to start thinking about that. And I wouldn't ever want to get rid of it, but at the same time, you have to kind of think like, do I want to carry that? If something happens, I know that, on top of everything else, other damages and to have that be gone too. I don't know. So I think it's natural you start thinking about things differently. So
yeah. And Eric, I have a feeling that you asked that because you've probably been feeling, I mean, mind you, Eric tends to buy expensive stuff, but he likes artists that cost more. But I got a feeling, Eric, that you may have been thinking lately that you feel a little bit uncomfortable or whatever with the higher that the value of your pieces go on individual pieces. I don't know. Let me know, because
I respect those that say, like, I'm never selling. I don't sell. I buy, and that's it. I personally don't find that to be realistic, because there's all this money tied up in it, and like if it continues to go up, then you gotta kind of maybe load it, or trade it in, or whatever. So I think it's natural to think about it differently.
Yeah. Hey, Sonny, what's up? I got 3 low price pieces at Cal, and I'm excited about each one. There you go.
Nice.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so nice. There's just something about like it's cool when I buy a $5,000 cover, but it's not cool because of how much it costs. Because I actually hate that I spent that money. You know what I mean? I really hate it. I don't like the feeling of it. And you're probably asking, well, why do you do it? Well, because I'm kind of addicted still, and if I have the money, then I do it. I just do it, right? I always say, like, even when I'm uncomfortable, just buy it now, worry about it later. So that's it. So that's whatever. So that's what I do. But but yeah, like I was saying earlier, I just feel like, yeah, I love it. I'll look at it. Oh man, this is great. I'm so happy to have this. And I am. But is it 50 times more joy than those $200 pages of which I have tons of?
Yeah.
Trust me, it is not. And in most cases, I would say it's probably equal joy, not even necessarily more joy. You know what I mean?
And then you think like, oh well, I could unload this piece, and I could maybe, you know, that'll fund my
How
X
fun the
amount
next,
of
yeah, which I have done.
yeah.
I've not only thought about it, I have done it. You know, so that's it. That's yeah. So that's yeah. Thank you, Nick. Really appreciate you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Really appreciate you. Yeah, you guys are telling me about all these mystery sketches that you guys get. Okay, we get it. We get it. You guys love mystery sketches. Appreciate it. Thanks for letting us know. Nick, thank you for rallying the likes. 52. Thank you again. Thanks, everybody. Mystery sketches that have the gambling aspect that is attractive to some. Yeah, I guess it seems that you at least always get the value, even if it's just for trade resale. Okay. I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad. It's not something for me. It's not something for Carl or Matt. But a lot of you love it, and I don't have any problem with you guys loving it. Buy what you love, right?
And there's so many of them that look amazing. You know,
Yeah. Oh no, I agree. I've
Yeah.
seen quite a few that are posted, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's really
That's cool.
nice. You know.
I love seeing them. I love seeing them. But
Yeah. But like I've always said, when it comes to commission collecting in general, forget the mystery aspect. Just even when you know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah.
I just. I don't know. it's just not for me, you know?
Yeah, so that's what, so in talking about like say the Ken Lashley Nightcrawler that I have. I love the story when I got it from him at a convention, had a nice, you know, talk with him. But it's just that was earlier on in my, you know, comic art journey. And then it kind of becomes like I've slowly unloaded some of those convention sketches, and they're just, you know, it's time to move on. And I kind of, as I get more and more pointed with the focus that I'm trying to the collection I'm trying to build, they just kind of, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. Like commissions. I mean, I'll still. That said, I still do commissions from like, you know, Dan Jurgens, Tom Grumman. Like I still do those because they're right in my, you know, I mean,
wheelhouse.
Broken record. We know that's what I love.
Yeah.
But those are the kind of commissions that I'll do. So. And even then, it's like I'm not just going to get a convention sketch from Tom. I want to get something that's like a fully realized 11 by 17 piece. So,
yeah.
But again, we all have different tastes, and that's just that's.
You know, absolutely. Lee, so thank you for the data. So 37 pieces, sold 3, so 3.7. So that's about 8%, if my math is correct. It's about 8%. That would tick to, in case you're wondering or curious, that would be on the lower end of the range for an art drop for most kind of like dealers or collectors or whatever. You know, 8 to 12%, and if you're doing 15% or higher, it's actually pretty good. So it's definitely not terrible. So you sold 3, but you also bought 4. To me, that's a win-win. So you get rid of 3 pieces, and have offers on 2 others. That's cool. So that's cool. And bought 4 pieces, including a real find for my collection. Awesome, man. Congrats.
That's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
That sounds like a really great, successful. To me, that's the definition of you had a successful CAF CON. You know?
We look forward to seeing them.
Yes, exactly. And Knights, just wanted to say, very simple. It's just because we don't have such a thing as collectibles insurance companies here like you guys do. That's it. So the other insurance companies make it a hassle to where, like, back when I was dealing art full time, I tried getting insurance, right? For my business inventory. And I would get the insurance companies basically telling me, okay, sure, yeah, we can do that. But you're going to need to provide us with a professional, what do you call it?
Like appraisal?
Appraisal, right. Appraisal of all the art. And I'm like, well, but I am the professional. I was like, I'm the only guy in this country who's dealing in this stuff at the time, anyways. At the time I was the only guy. I'm like, so that's me. That would be me. So can I give you my appraisal? They're like, no.
Yeah.
Like, no. They're like, no. It has to be by someone else. Like, well, but we're in Canada. There's nobody else in Canada. Like, what? So you want me to go to a fellow American and like have them tell me what they think my inventory is? Like, it doesn't make sense,
Do
So
we
anyway,
call somebody and tell them the value so they can tell you what I?
right. That's
essentially like.
Yeah, it's crazy. So that's why Knight's old. That's why. So it's just whatever. It's just a pain in the ass. Whatever. It's just you can't. Matt would be into mystery monoprints. All right, enough with the monoprints. There you go. Yeah, you did for sure. Yeah. Exactly. Mitch did what, Marcus? Mitch did what? Mitch did what? What did we say? And Mitch did it. I'm surprised that there's any dealers in Canada with that risk. Yeah, like I said, yeah. There's what's his name? Inky Knuckles. Is he? I believe is he the Canadian guy? Inky Knuckles.
Not sure.
Oh, you don't even know who Inky Knuckles is?
No, I do. I just don't know.
Oh, okay.
He's Canadian.
Okay. I believe he's a Canadian-based guy. Oh, yeah, appraisals. Exactly, Market. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. He used to do it. But here's the thing is that even if I'm going to pay somebody, and I like Mitch, but it's like Mitch has his entire career been as a dealer, he has actually been always an art rep, right? So I don't know, a lot of people think that he used to own the art, but no, he was always, his entire career since the 70s, he was an art rep. He didn't own any of the art. So he, no offense to him. I like the guy, but how am I going to get an appraisal from somebody who doesn't constantly buy and sell art of their own accord like I was doing? He's not, I'm going to have an idea, a very good idea of what the stuff is worth. How's he going to? Everything he sells is on consignment, right? From artists. So he wouldn't be able to give you a proper evaluation of vintage works. You know what I mean? So whatever. Anyways, and I would, and it's expensive. So I wouldn't pay somebody for a job that I can do myself. I'm not, and I should be able to do myself. I'm not going to pay somebody.
It kind of speaks to like why does somebody else's you would need an approved someone who could do the appraising of the art. So, and if they're not, like, who do they recognize as that authority? So
yeah. Marcus says, so it doesn't matter. It's just paperwork, and he'll just sign off on it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if he would do or not, whatever. But
I was trying to look it up, see if he's in Canada, but I can't tell. So
okay. No, Marcus. Marcus confirmed.
Oh yeah. So
Inky's in Canada. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Bought from Mitch a few times, says Lee. His prices are usually very good. Yeah. Listen, Lee, I remember the good old days back when I used to go to San Diego every year. I mean, get in with a dealer badge, right? Early on the Wednesday, and everybody who was anybody would be bolting over to Mitch's booth because they knew he always had pretty kind of like low prices, which kind of speaks to what I'm saying. Like, when you're constantly repping art, but not buying it, seeking it out, buying it, selling it, buying it, selling it, you're not going to know, you're not going to have the best grasp on the values. Anyways, whatever. So that's why he always had this. Everybody thought his stuff was too cheap, and everybody would go and like vultures, Mitch's booth, Yeah, I remember those. Those were the good old days for sure. Where there's a will, there's a way. Says #1 Marvel fan for sure. Pad Bear, what are you still doing awake? Isn't it like almost 5 a.m. there? The UK is the same with collectible insurance. Yeah, no companies seem to do it. Exactly. Everything is usually just covered on home. Exactly. And the problem, guess what? The problem with home insurance is that, and I've had it before, but they limit out at $20,000. By the way, that's because I'm in Canada. That's Canadian. So that would be like they limit out at around 14 grand US. Like like I don't have many super expensive pieces, but I have, I don't know, 2 or 3 pieces that worth each more than 14 grand. Like, what's that going to help me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crap. So again, so that's why I'm saying, that's why it scares me, you know, not being able to have the insurance. Yeah. And so, yeah, I don't know. Some people tell me that doesn't really make sense, that to want to have more volume of cheaper pieces. Look, to me, it makes sense to me. It makes me feel more comfortable.
And there's so many things that we in our collector brains that we decide is the right way to go or the right thing to, and it doesn't always make sense to everyone else, but you know,
Yeah. No,
so.
yeah, I get it. I get it. But okay, everybody, let's wrap it up. Carl's got to go to sleep. He's got to work tomorrow. I got to do my shit too. As I said last week, once again, I'm here to tell you I cannot show you any thumbnails because I've got nothing planned for next week or any week after that. Behind the 8 ball here, things are getting tougher and tougher for show and tells. And, you know, as I said last week, everybody's shy. Nobody reaches out, no matter how much I call out for it. Nobody reaches out to say, oh, I'd like to do a show and tell with you. Even though I've said over and over and over that, like, I've made it very clear, you don't have to have some awesome Silver Age marble collection for me to do a show and tell. Like, I will show anybody's collection, anybody. You know,
I think that's the most interesting. You know,
yeah.
Because then you hear the stories like behind like what speaks to them about, you know, whatever those pieces are. So I think you should somehow convince Marcus to come on and
he knows. No, everybody knows. Nobody can convince him. So I'm not going
to happen.
I respect his desire to not go on.
Yeah.
And therefore don't even ever talk about it. You know, he knows he would, you know,
he knows that it would be a great show and many people would be tuning in to hear the stories.
He's waiting until one of these channels offers him the big bucks, I think, you know. That's what it might take to finally get him on, you know. I don't know. How do we find Carl's YouTube for art? Oh, it's not that he does art previews, is that he just happened to do one for this particular event this weekend. But here, let me help you with that. Give me a second, Naughty. Give me a second. So Naughty or Nice, this, I'm going to give you a link here. I'm going to pop in a link. This will take you to not the video preview of the art he had for sale, but for the previous video that he had done on his channel. But this way, at least, it's just so you can get you to his channel. So yeah, click that link. It'll take you right to his channel. Go to the homepage for it, and you'll see it's his latest video. That's the one. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah,
you're very welcome.
So yeah, it's unboxings, and I talk about like why I buy certain things. But I thought the flip side of that is, you know, I see a lot of what I bring in with this show coming up. I thought, hey, it's a good opportunity to show the thought process of what goes out, because it's all part of the art collecting journey. So
yeah. By the way, a long weekend of videos, Marcus. Pleasure seeing you at every one of them. You've been appearing on videos for Comic Art Live. Is that what you've been doing?
He was probably commenting in the watching along
from the chat,
all like the art interviews and stuff that was this weekend.
Oh, but Tom is saying long weekend of videos, Marcus.
So there are a lot of live videos.
Oh, all the live. Okay, I see. Yeah.
He was in the chats for probably most of it.
Okay.
Sure, Tom was there too. So
well, he's saying that people are already sick of him on CAF. I don't know. Well, we're not sick of you here. No. Feel free to jump into the studio anytime. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know, whatever. You can schedule me for another Sunday if you want. I've picked up a few things since the last time. Let me reach out to you, Scott. Let me reach out to you. he's afraid he won't have time to comment if he's
He's like, it's the idea of having a show that exists that doesn't have his comments in it to keep his streak alive.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so he's clarifying this. It was only from the chat. Yeah. And so does Tom clarify. There you go. Okay, there you go. So yeah, again, so thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. We'll call it now. It's exactly 4 hours. Wow, another long one. Wow. But man, those first 3 went fly. Actually, all 4 of them flew by as usual. So yeah, so thank you. I don't know. We'll see what happens next week. What I can cook up. At this point, it may have to be another talk show rather than a show and tell. Don't know if I can find anybody for a show and tell, and if I did, I don't know if I have time to grab all the, do all the work for it, making slides and all that shit. So yeah, Chicago in the house and now out of the house. Good night to you, Tom. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it, and thanks for your participation. Rickster, appreciate you. Have a good night as well, man. Thank you. 15 hours since Saturday. What do you mean? 15 hours since Saturday?
15 hours worth of shows, maybe?
Oh.
They were attending?
Maybe. That would be a lot. I should be down for next week, Ruben. You want to do it again, Jason? I don't know if I have time. Yeah, I guess with a week I have time. Okay. Yeah. What the heck? Okay, let me reach out to you and to Scott, which is really weird, by the way, everyone, because I don't know if any of you have noticed, but if you're ever on CAF and you're there to like look at whoever posted new art on any given day or evening, Jason, Southern Comic Geek, and Scott, Hoarders High, I don't know if they plan it, but they very often post something to their galleries back to back.
It's
like okay, so I follow both their galleries, and when I look into my listing of
the
people,
watched,
my watch galleries, I'll see, oh, okay, oh, look at that, Hoarders High posted something, and then I'm like, oh, and Jason right after him, or vice versa, but like literally one after the other. I'm like, what? Are you guys planning it? Oh my God. That's so funny.
Just like the certain time of day
it's not that I don't want you. I don't know. Was it that long? How long was it? Yeah, man. No, let me reach out to you. Let's talk. I'll email you, okay? For sure. And I appreciate you speaking up about it. It's peer pressure. Yeah. Have to watch the rewind to see all I missed. All right. Good night, Lee. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care.
And yeah. So as I said, everyone, yeah. Who knows? Maybe it looks like we will have something for next week. Trying to keep up with SCG. Yes, apparently. But well, how is it that you guys keeping up with each other literally like one after another, back to back, man? I don't know. We did it. You did it. I know. And without even saying that it was going to happen, Marcus. That's because you didn't hear me going, all right, let's wrap this up, like 5 minutes beforehand. That's why. But yeah, so anyways, yeah, thanks, everybody. It looks like we'll definitely be doing something next week. So thank you again, as always. Carl, just stick with me for another minute, please.
Sure.
And yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll say bye from here because there's nothing for me to post up onto the screen. It's because I took your advice and I don't post everything I get on the same day. Thank you. Because people keep doing it and I'm like, I fall behind 3-4 days, right? And then I'm like, oh God, I've got like 18 of my friends that I gotta like, that have updated their galleries, and then like 2 or 3 of them posted 4 or 5 or 6 pieces. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I am not leaving you a comment on every one of those. Screw that, Yeah. So good. Keep it up, hoarders. That's good. Often though, I don't have anything to say on your stuff though, as you see, because the kind of stuff you collect, I'm like, I don't know, what do I say about that? I want to be genuine about it, but it's not stuff that I really know much about, But that's cool. But anyways, yeah, Hoarders and SCG, I'll be in contact very soon. And how funny that is. You guys are always constantly posting back to back after each other. And now I'm
back to back. They offered it.
They both offered to be on the show again. And it looks like it'll be on back-to-back weeks. Like that's ridiculous. So ridiculous. Thank you, Nick, as always. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, again for the likes. I appreciate that. That's so nice of you. And go another hour, Carl. You got nothing better to do. You know, why not?
About steel.
This is the steel hour. Yeah, Nick can take over after Carl, right? You've become Stanley now, Marcus, the official Stanley replacement. Let's do 5 hours. You would, Tom. I know you would. But no, in all seriousness, thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate you, as always. Even you, Tom. Just kidding. But yeah, no, I appreciate you very, very much, as always, for all the support you always give week in, week out, man. And it's always a lot of fun. Like I say, all my guests, after we finish the shows, we go backstage and I ask them, so what did you think? Honestly, be honest. And I kid you not, every single person that has ever been on the show, I asked them, like, was it too long? And sorry it went so long. And they're like, no, it flew by. It feels like it flies by. It goes by so quick. So I'm happy. I'm happy about that. And the fact that most of you stick around no matter how long it lasts, it means, obviously, to me, tells me that you guys enjoy it as well and don't mind that it goes as long as it goes. So I appreciate you in all sincerity. But Jason, no, we will not be talking about blue lines. Maybe we should do it for fun, for shits and giggles. We'll do a show about nothing but blue lines one day. Stanley, rest in peace. Yeah, exactly, Tom. I hope not. I hope not. I shouldn't say that. I really hope not. It's weird when people sort of just disappear all of a sudden like that.
That's the world we live in, though. Like, you know,
I know.
You never know. Like,
that's the thing, right? Exactly.
When you connection that.
Yeah, and you think about how many people come on to these types of shows or whatever. There's always a few dozen, so the odds are decent that at some point along the way somebody can, right?
Yeah.
Pass away or whatever for any reason. So I know I wish we knew, you know. Matt talked most when he's on anyways. That's true. Where's High Monoprint? So we're not going to be talking about that. Ruben, you should try and get Seder on. You guys said that last time. Remind me what the hell that was about. What Seder or who?
The Sadar or Seder or whatever. Like hacked CAF and then just was like posting everyone's like just like over and over again. It was like and commenting on like art that wasn't even like live. Like it was like
right.
We were all getting notifications like what the hell?
Jason. And then that's all I need is Bill to start thinking, oh, he's being convinced now. Ruben's the one who's been hacking my site. Yeah. No thanks. I'm good.
Sadar will be like all in black with like a Darth Vader voice box, like
exactly. Or like those guys from that group, what Anonymous?
With like the V
mask or whatever. Yeah, I have a V mask. I should appear one day with the. When I got COVID and I still did my show, I did appear with a regular medical mask or whatever with my hoodie on. I should have put my V mask on. That would have been pretty good.
I one of those too, actually. Yeah. We're anonymous.
Well, Bill Postman passed away last week. You see what I mean? Wow. Okay. Yeah, not a very famous guy, but he had a cup of coffee at Marvel in the early '80s. Did some random issues here and there. Sorry to hear that, but yeah, it happens, I guess. Thanks for letting us know, Nick. Appreciate it. You definitely just never know. Blue Man Group? What about Blue Man Group? That's weird. That's a weird comment. Hoarders High, that's true. You just never know. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know. But okay, no more comments, everybody. Stop the comments. Let's say bye-bye. They are Blue Man Group. You're talking about they're all masks. Right. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, everybody, thank you again. And don't forget Nikki B's show That's right. Nobody knows, as far as I know, nobody knows who they are. Yeah. Don't forget Nikki B's show on Friday, 7 p.m. On by the way, here, let me just show this because I didn't do this earlier. There's Nick. Here we go. YouTube.com/the EXP. So that'll take you to the homepage and check out from there. You can check out his original art show on Fridays, as well as peruse all the other comic book related shows. So check that out. And then after Friday's show, or in the meantime, be on the lookout this week for another video from Carl. Is that going to happen? Do you think, Carl?
Well, I do have. There's a box here that I haven't opened yet. So
well, look at that. Okay, maybe
that will be sometime this week. Putting that together. So
it may happen. Okay, we'll see. But be on the lookout for him, for Lee, maybe Karen, but I doubt it. It depends. But yeah, we'll see. And
she's
then
like a professional. She takes time and
I mean, yeah, exactly. But it's also because she's super busy, 4 kids. Yeah. So it's it's tough to get.
But her videos are worth waiting for. They're just always.
Oh no, yeah, they're
good.
fantastic.
They're just
so good. Like, you could tell she really loves to do it and puts the effort in, and you know what I mean. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, that's great. That's great quality stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Content's great. The production value is great. So yeah, no, it's always worth waiting for sure. Okay, so look at these assholes.
Oh no, I haven't looked.
Ruben, what do you think about Tom Grummett? I think that he's going to be a guest here in Montreal in July, and I'll be going to take probably my last 100 or so pages that I still need him to sign. So that's what I think about that. And thank you, Carl, for bringing sanity this week, says Marcus.
Thank you,
Carl. The only fellow panelist to get that last word in over Matt. As Marcus says, on Karen, I'm assuming it's high production value. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah. And again, it's the passion she puts into it. You could tell she loves the stuff. So that's awesome. Okay, thank you again, everybody. We will catch you, as I said, catch Nikki B on Friday, and then see you back here 8 o'clock p.m. as usual Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific next Sunday. And yeah, we'll see maybe this guy, Southern Comic Geek. It sounds like we may be seeing. Tom will be at Dallas. Awesome.
Jason,
bye.
Email or text me, Jason. I sent you my phone number. You text me. I'm gonna talk to you about something. So as a side note, so
there you go. Text.
Yeah.
Carl, and
I think it was sent through Facebook. I think you sent him my number. So anyway.
Okay. Reach out to him. All right.
Yeah.
Later, Tom. Appreciate it. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, all of you, the rest of you. All right, guys, go to bed, get a good night's sleep, and yeah, we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Peace and go blue.